Hello, hi, how are we doing? Hope we're doing good. Hello, hello. Coco's is a baby, true and real. Thank you, Coco's, appreciate it. Hi, how are you doing? Hope you're doing good. Here's Croc. Hi, Croc, how you doing? Hope you're doing good. As usual, we're starting with your video. Let's see. That's what we're gonna do. Yeah, hold up. Water. Sorry for the late start. It was because it is snowing a lot, which means it took a while to clean that, put all of that snow out of the way. It's horrible. Hi, London. How you doing? Hope you're doing good. Hello. All right. Real quick. Did he? No. The hag cat. The hat. The hag cat is with me. The old lady's with me here. Real quick. All right. Yep. We've got a few videos. I remember that video way back. I'm old hag. Yeah, we've got a few videos going on today. When I look through my list, we've got a couple of bangers, obviously. We have the one that Shadow Clips recommended. We also have the Mr. Beast drama, a little bit. We also have Pretty Boys during the Roman Empire and Weird Planets. And we got Diabolical Reddit Confessions. We've got a few things. We have a few things that I want to look at. So yeah, we've got some stuff that I need to look at. Oh, and we got another content creator. Well, not content creator, streamer. Doing weird shit again, as usual. And then obviously the 30 dumbest video game titles. With which one... that one we'll start with. And then, of course, some other things that I want to look at. That might be interesting to look at. But yeah, that's pretty much... So I think first we'll start with Crocroc's video, and then we'll jump into the Mr. Beast thingy, which is very interesting. I think that's the first thing we're gonna look at. I think, pretty much. Aside of that, it is a pretty regular Saturday, except that it is snowing like hell. It is snowing way too much. The storm didn't really happen, right? It was a little windy, but it's like interesting to switch up, right? So it started snowing, right? Snow was laying. It started raining. Everything turned muddy. Now it's snowing again, and it's windy. It's horrible, miserable experience. And guess what? In Berlin, still 50,000 households still have no electricity. Isn't that funny? By like -7 or -6 degrees. Isn't that peak? Isn't that a fun time? Great, isn't it? Anyways, we've got this. We'll start. I think. Yep, pretty much. I said everything I wanted to say. So now we're gonna look at some fun stuff. I also have 2 Asmongold clips which I want to look at. Like 2 Diddy parties of Pixel Gun 3D. What the fuck? Okay, let me... What the actual fuck? Bro, what am I getting myself into? You're not gonna ruin Pixel Gun for me, are you? Like, you wouldn't do that now, would you? Because I played this game when I was a kid. You wouldn't do that to me now, would you? You wouldn't do that to me. Right? You wouldn't do that to me. Right, Landon? You wouldn't? Because I played that as a kid. Careful now. Anyways, we'll jump over right away. And then we're gonna first... Okay, so first we'll look at Crocark's video. Then the one... it won't ruin it because I play it. You say that, but still. Anyways, yoink. Now we're over here, as usual. Don't ask why I have, like, what... How many notifications do I have? This stuff happened in 2015-ish. That's still horrible. Don't mind why I have, like, almost 740 notifications. I barely watch any YouTubers at this point. Anyways. Okay, so that's the first one. That's a 10-minute one. And you know what? We could do yours right after that as well, so you could be happy. But yeah. Yeah, we're gonna look at this. Interesting. I think we watched the Danger Dolan video before. I'm pretty sure we did actually watch one. I could be wrong, but I think we have. 2015 was long ago. That year was 14, isn't that crazy? I think I was failing class as well in that year. Anyways, interesting. 30 dumbest video game titles ever. Yeah, by Danger Dolan. We have watched a Danger Dolan video before. I'm pretty sure we have. I don't know who recommended that, but I'm pretty sure we have watched one. His channel is dead. That's unfortunate. That's unfortunate. He's funny. That's very unfortunate. But yeah, we're gonna look at this. I wonder if these are just as bad as some of the manga or anime titles. I wonder. One of his members was exposed as a group. What the fuck? Crazy work. Anyways, we're gonna look at this. I'm curious. I am very curious. Let's hear it. Let's hear it.
Danger Dolan. From horrible puns that have no...
Spanky's Quest. To be fair, not gonna lie, I don't think that the name is that bad. It's more so that whatever's going on with that freaky apple. That freaky apple, whatever that is, bro. Whatever. Spanky's Quest is still crazy work, though. Okay, so we'll start with something like this.
Place in a major gaming release to titles that leave little to the imagination. We count 30 of the dumbest video game names of all time.
Number 30.
Zombies Ate My Neighbors. This is a...
Interesting. Zombies Ate My Neighbors. 55 undeadly levels for the Super Nintendo. Interesting. Very interesting. That is interesting.
Good example of a great game that was hurt in sales because of poor naming. I mean,
Official Nintendo seal of quality.
the title honestly sounds like a game all about mediocre humor, or possibly a kid's game, when it's definitely neither of those things.
Number 29.
Halo Custom Edition. Gearbox releases it.
Halo Custom Edition? How is that? Okay, he needs to definitely elaborate why that is bad.
Edition of Halo for Windows, and I have no idea why they gave it the same acronym as the original game. Did they not take a moment to look on the internet and see the original being referred to as Halo CE after the second game's release? Maybe they...
Wait, Halo Combat Evolved, wasn't that the full name of the game? So here it's Halo Custom Edition, CE, Combat Evolved, Custom Edition. What were they thinking?
they wanted brand confusion, I don't know.
Number 28.
Bravely Default. In this
I don't think that's a bad name. Huh? Why is Bravely Default? I've never played a Bravely Default game. I know they're supposed to be pretty good. Why is that on here?
game you bravely decided to be default. Boring, nondescript, except not really, or rather not at all. I get that they named the game after its main gameplay mechanic, but that's like naming Final Fantasy IV active time battling. It makes no sense.
Number 27.
Unpossible. This game involves whirring down a cylinder, pressing left or right to avoid intrinsically...
Impossible? Wait, so it's not impossible. But what is not impossible? What? Weird name.
designed barriers. So why did I think it was an English educational game featuring Ralph Wiggum?
Number 26.
Irritating Stick. So this...
Irritating stick! Broski, I got an irritating stick too sometimes. Anyways, what the fuck? What is that name? What is that name? On the PlayStation? Rated E for everyone. I can tell.
It's a stick, and it annoys the player because it will shock them if it hits the walls of the maze they're trying to go through. What should we call it? Oh, I know. Irritating Stick. That will totally draw players in and not make them think of the time their sibling poked them with a stick one time. Yeah.
Number 25.
Spyborgs. If you thought this was the...
Spyborgs? That's not actually a really bad name. I don't know. Like, cyborgs that are actually spies? Spyborgs? I don't think that's a too bad name. Normal hoodie outfit. Yep. Hi, Dinosaur. How are you doing? Hope you're doing good. Hello. Got a bridge series on a dating video. Goodness gracious.
The title of a Saturday morning cartoon designed at 8-year-olds, you are not alone. However, this game has a teen rating and was panned by critics for being too difficult. Sounds totally perfect for a kid to play.
Number 24.
Metal Gear Rising: Revengeance. Revengeance. Revenge plus vengeance. Hooray for redundancy.
Revengeance. I mean... that's crazy. Okay. I don't think that's like revengeance. Revenge and vengeance. Or redoing vengeance. Hold up.
Overload. Who on earth thought this sounded like a title that was anything other than ridiculous? I can't think of a single reason why vengeance...
Yeah, but it doesn't matter. The music is banger. I'm sorry. That doesn't matter. The music is banger.
or revenge, or even vendetta couldn't have worked instead.
Number 23.
Tom Clancy's Ghost Recon Advanced Warfighter. Hey, so what do you call a person who goes and fights a war? Warrior, right? So why not call it warriors? Were they trying to be politically correct? But no, warrior isn't gender specific.
No, probably. I'm assuming, right? Wait, maybe they didn't want to have any trouble with like Call of Duty? I don't know though.
Then again, it seems that Homeland Security have adopted this term as well, but that doesn't make reinventing perfectly good words a good idea.
Number 22.
Bomb. Who let the dog fight? Mixing an incredibly bad pun with a very...
Boom, who let the dog fight? The Adventures of Marshall Caston against Time and Pride. I think that's what it says here. I think that's what it says. But still, boom, who let the dog fight?
Very outdated pop culture reference does not make it better. Two wrongs don't make a right, and my goodness, this is a doozy of a bad name. What reaction were they going for? I'm assuming it wasn't a groan?
Number 21.
Zenzizenzik. If you have trouble pronouncing
Is that a Russian game or Polish? Somewhere around that region. You got that. There's no wait. Zenzizenzik. Zenzizenzik. What the fuck? How dare you?
this name on your first try, you are not alone. This mouthful of a phrase lacks any real meaning apart from possibly Zen. I'm sure someone really liked this game, went to recommend it to a friend, but since it was their first time trying to say it out loud, they gave up quickly because they were just making a fool of themselves.
Number 20.
Balls 3D, fighting at its ball.
Balls 3D fighting at its ballsiest. Capcom game, love this game. I'm the storm approaching. Still on Steam, okay. You couldn't have picked the gayer title, jeez. Fighting at its ballsiest.
Ballsiest. Let's cram pack inappropriate innuendos into a title. This could only lead to people sniggering and talking about it in the classroom, right? Oh wait, you mean parents buy games for their kids and anyone old enough to buy it for themselves just rolled their eyes? Well, shucks.
Number 19.
Xenosaga Episode 2. Sein Seitz von gut und
That's not a problem.
Boss. For the unenlightened, the German in this title refers to a philosopher's work known in the English-speaking world as Beyond Good and Evil. But why did they not use the English name for that in their subtitle? That is certainly a good question, one that...
Simple, because Japan has an oddly obsession with Germany. Almost all the characters, for example, in Frieren, are named after a German word. Lots of German references in Attack on Titan. I wouldn't put that here either.
Philosophers will ponder forevermore. I know that it's the title of an Ubisoft game, but I don't think leaving in a subtitle that's meaningless to a lot of people is the best choice.
Number 18.
Spanky's Quest. Yes, the monkey in this game is called Spanky. Yes, Spank the monkey is euphemism for masturbation, but I guess this is just another example of poor localization. Spanky was called Lucky and Mr. Jiro in Japan, and I cannot fathom why they didn't just keep Lucky as the original
Official Nintendo seal by Natsume 2. Made by Maltz Deep 69. Oh no.
name.
Number 17.
Butts Ball. Let's take Pong and make it extreme and
Butts Ball? Oddly enough, they removed one T and an L. I know what you did. You did that on purpose, so it wouldn't literally just mean Butts Ball.
modern and awesome. That'll be great as an indie title. Now we just need a name. Well, I for one am immature, so let's mix butt and ball and call it a day.
Number 16.
Rex Nebula and the Cosmic Gender Bender. I don't...
I'm sorry, but that sounds like an adult movie. Rex Nebula and the Cosmic Gender Bender. Trademark. By Microprose Entertainment. Jeez. What were they doing? What are they doing? Poker stream this game? Hell no.
don't even know where to begin here. The game's basic plot involves a planet inhabited entirely of females, but they needed a form of reproduction, so they invented a machine that allowed them to change sexes for a brief amount of time, and they called it the Cosmic Gender Bender. So, I guess the game name is accurate.
You cannot stream that. You can probably not stream that.
Number 15.
Wargasm. Warground Airspace.
That's an adult movie. I'm sorry, but that is literally that you could literally name that an adult movie that takes place in a war camp. I am sorry, but it's true. Der unbekannte Feind.
Special missions was shortened to Wargasm, or rather they thought Wargasm was a funny name and decided to make an acronym for it. Of course, this isn't even close to being a comedic game, however I'm pretty sure it pandered to the exact crowd they were looking for, 13 to 15 year olds that only have two things on their minds, first person shooters and jacking off.
Number 14.
I honestly don't know how to pronounce this.
Xexis? Exis? See, sometimes the X is silent in front of a word that has an X in the front. It could be Xexis or Exes. Space Action Adventure official Nintendo seal.
XYZ. I'm guessing it's Zexis, but then it could be Zexis. Maybe it's even Zexis. I'm stumped. It's not even a matter of ignoring the name and going on about my day. It stuck out like a sore thumb, and I can't look at it without being perplexed and mildly annoyed.
Number 13.
Peter Jackson's King Kong, the official game of the movie. Because
By the way, we will be streaming this. Just that I can say this, we will be streaming this. I will say this straight up, we will be streaming this because this game is actually genuinely a hidden gem. And actually really good from what I remember. I really had a lot of fun playing this. And it does have solid reviews on it. It is generally not that. However, the DS version is supposed absolute dog shit. Anyways, but we will be streaming this. Just saying this.
everyone loves drawn out, unnecessarily long names that really could have been quite easily condensed into simply King Kong. I find it hard to believe that anyone would assume it would be based on the original black and white movie, but even if they would, that's exactly what the cover art is for.
Number 12.
Tongue of the Fat Man.
Activision? What? Tongue of the Fat Man. Horrible.
What do you think of when you see the cover art and hear the name? If you thought of a fighting game, you would be both right and a cheater, because I refuse to believe that anyone could make that assumption based on the two. Also, who could hear that and not be even
That's it's just a beat 'em up. What the fuck? Monu the Fat?
slightly weirded out?
Number 11.
Beyond the Beyond. Yep, everyone loves repetition. I say everyone loves repetition, I do. This title certainly sounds like you're really going out of the bounds of your knowledge. Out of the bounds of your knowledge.
That is not something I would have expected. This looked like a JRPG. And now I'm getting hit by King Brave Wolf and some weird bear. Crazy.
I say, yes, I really do. I'm sure this sounded nice to the Japanese, I'm sure it did, but don't you think it's clunky? Clunky is the feeling I got too.
Number 10.
Undiscovery. That's an infinite amount of things to not discover in this game. Doesn't that make you excited? Maybe it makes you want to stop whatever you're doing and rush to eBay in order to purchase the game just because of its incredibly alluring.
It's like the character models are somewhere in between cute and weird looking. Interesting. Very interesting. This looks, by the way, this somehow looks familiar, but I can't pinpoint it. I really can't pinpoint it, but this looks familiar. Crazy. The fuck happened to you? It cannot be that cold. Well, we had minus 13 this week. No, minus 16, correction. And it's snowing like hell. But yeah, hi dear. How you doing? Hope you're doing good.
Title, because that's exactly what I did, but then I'm just a big nerd when it comes to not discovering things, so that could just be me.
Number 9.
Massive action game.
Massive action game. MAG. Interesting. 256 players online. Interesting. It's a 360 Japanese RPG. I might have actually seen this somehow before. I might have genuinely actually seen this somewhere before. I just can't pinpoint it then.
They even omitted this overly descriptive name from the cover of the box. It just says MAG. It honestly sounds like a working title that they got too attached to for whatever reason. Although the acronym is pretty cool. But is it that hard to come up with something that isn't just blatantly descriptive? I mean, cool, you have a 256 player multiplayer on a console. That's impressive. But don't just call it massive action game. It sounds like the title of a video game you'd find in a video game.
Number 8.
Iggy's Wreckin' Balls. This
Why? Why would you... Iggy's Wreckin' Balls. Why would you name it that way? Why would you I wonder what the gameplay looks like.
Title can be read one of two ways. Either Iggy has some wreckin' balls or Iggy is wreckin' balls. And either way, the name has some connotations that make it less likely for a parent to buy the game. Even if this is 1 in 1,000 parents that don't buy it because of the name, why would you want to lose sales because of a poorly thought out name?
Number 7.
It's Icky is Wrecking Balls. Simple, because of the separation between the Y and the S. I don't know what that punctuation is called specifically, but it is Icky is Wrecking Balls.
Super Army War. You can't get much more boring than this. The Super doesn't even come close to rectifying the boringness of this name, especially considering the multitude of games in the SNES era with the Super prefix. This doesn't even strike me as the working title when making the game. It just screams, we don't give a fuck. And the worst thing is, it's not like it's from some far off country, it's from France, the nation that is next door to the birthplace of the
Ugh, it's French. Why are the French making a war game? You lose every single war. You give up. I could right now try to invade France and you just give up. Even if I'm just a single man. Focus stream, tongue of the fat man, hell no.
English language. It can't have been that hard to find someone to come up with a better name.
Number 6.
Golf Magazine presents 36 Great Holes starring
36 great holds. Does it star Bonnie Blue, Lily Phillips, Lil Tay? Who else created the recent OnlyFans? Never mind. Who else? That other chick, I forgot her name. Are those included? That just recently started OnlyFans on New Year's. It made like 3 million.
Fred Couples. There is very little information related to this game on the internet, so I'm going to risk myself when I say this, but the Wikipedia article says this game has 27 golf courses included, and a legal golf course has 9 or 18 holes, so why do they say 36 holes? Are the rest of them terrible abominations that they didn't think were worthy of the title? Did they think that 36 was a nice number and the players would be pleasantly surprised when there were more holes in the game? Because I don't think underselling is the point of marketing, but I could be wrong.
Number 5.
Clandestiny of Elise. The
Clandestiny of Elise. But it's not Elise. Elsie. Of Elsie. But first of all, what is that what is that art, bro?
compound words are back with a revengeance. Not only do you have clan and destiny, but you also have what I can only assume is divinity at the end of the title, just to make it that extra bit special. This is what I can only describe as a clusterfuck of a name. Nothing redeeming about it.
Number 4.
Divine Divinity. Yup, Divine Divinity.
Divine Divinity, create your own destiny. Of course, hot angel, because you need that. Interesting. I don't know that. It's not really. I mean, Divine Divinity, right? Repeating, but that's not too bad.
Divinity. It's not like some divinity isn't divine. This is just 100% extra divineness to go with your divinity. What else could you want? Now, I said that clandestinity was a clusterfuck, but this is something beyond. I'd go so far as to call it a clustered cluster fucking fuck. It's just that awful.
Number 3.
Space Corn.
A text-based adventure. Space Corn. That doesn't sound like an adult movie at all. That's not an adult movie.
Space Corn. Did you think of growing crops on the moon or something when you heard this? Me too, because why else would they capitalize the C in corn? Turns out this game is a text-based adventure with a pink unicorn. I don't really know why you want to play this, but it exists. It is on Steam and you can pay actual money for this experience.
Number 2.
Wild Woody. Yeah, Wild
Woody. That's not too. Why is that supposed to be so bad? Could be worse. Also, it's a fucking pencil with dynamite.
Woody. If that isn't a euphemism, I honest to God don't know what is. I mean, I guess it could be worse. It could be a raging Woody, a gigantic Woody, a phallic Woody. The list goes on for quite a while, so it isn't the worst name in the world, but it most certainly is up there.
Number 1.
Touch Dick.
Touch dick. Who made this? Who made this? Touch dick is crazy work. That is insane. Wanna play touch dick?
This is only the Korean title, but if it doesn't make you laugh, you have no sense of humor, and I don't think I like you anymore. They changed it in the English release, which is honestly a shame. I might have bought this just to put it on the wall. You can't get any more
Touch dictionary. That doesn't. Well, you could also just be. Could also get really spicy with a dictionary. You know. Spread a little bit of light white liquid in between the pages of like the Oxford Dictionary. Who knows? You found Poke's favorite game. Stop.
explicit than this. Adding a K doesn't change the sound. The proper way to pronounce it is in fact dick. But yeah, this would have been a total disaster, as only immature people like me would have bought it purely for the novelty factor. Xbox One and the Wii U. You thought we were done, but how can I not talk about these monstrosities, each is horrible in its own way? You've got the Wii U, which confuses non-gamers into thinking it's simply another add-on like the Wii Fit. You've also got the fact that gamers learned to mostly dislike the Wii for how few games it had targeted the non-casual market. It's literally a lose-lose. Then you've got the Xbox One, which is shortened to the X-Bone, which does not sound pleasant. And
no, it's also like, so with the Wii U, generally, the Wii U's problem was that it didn't have any third-party support. That's the Wii U's problem. In the Xbox One, the name, it's just confusing because the Xbox, you already have an Xbox that's a one, like the first Xbox technically. So why would you call it that again? And then again, 360 is also very arbitrary. Can you tell this video is old? Yeah. Most games now are on Switch. Most games. Unfortunately, my little Wii U favorite, Yoshi's Woolly World, has not gotten another release. They left it behind, my poor child.
you've got the fact that almost everyone referred to the first Xbox as the Xbox One. Presumably they wanted people to call it the One, which is just horrible as well.
That's it for this countdown. And have a go.
Anyways, that was interesting. That was interesting. Simply put, there are some crazy video game names out there. I don't think they quite compete, though. I don't think they quite compete, right? With, they don't quite compete with anime. Tongue of the Fat Man. They don't quite compete with anime and manga names, right? I think those are still the kings of... I cannot be said. Right? What you do with, my status as an assassin obviously exceeds the heroes. What? Crazy work. There's worse. There's worse. Like 3 lines of text. Anyways, interesting. Like, comment, and subscribe. Or got a sequel, yeah. My main problem is that Woolly World wasn't transported. That poor game was just left behind, and I'm sad. Touch Dick is wild. Yeah, Touch Dick. Absolute degeneracy. Touch Dick. Okay, let's watch Landon's real quick brain rot video. Let me click on something so it pops up. Let's watch his brain rot video. Why not? Here we go. And then we'll talk about my current favorite situation, obviously. The Mr. Beast one after this one, of course. Because that's fun to look at. After this one. Help my throat. Maybe hopefully I don't get sick, because I spent quite some time outside today. Quite some time. Let's hope that that's not the case. Anyways, let's look at this. The Diddy Parties of Pixel Gun 3D by Javius. I swear to God, if this game... I mean, the game is already ruined because, well, it's Giga pay to win, supposedly. But, yeah. Let's hope that that's not the case. I don't want it to be ruined. Also, please consider liking and subscribing. I appreciate it. We'll go in. I genuinely love this game, by the way. I played a lot until it was like flooded with like bajillion hackers and insane power creep. The matchmaking is horse shit, right? It was, but I like the zombie killing part. But yeah, nowadays I don't think if that game is even doing well or not.
Beautiful, nostalgic, and freaky. Now, Pixelgun 3D was the game to play back then.
Oh god, why do you throw in Jenny? What is wrong with you putting in Jenny? There's no reason why Jenny should be here. Why is she here? Why? Why? We all know this. We all know. I know that JV has definitely beat his meat to Minecraft Corn 100%. That's because that's like one time, fine. 2 times, I'm questioning things. 3 times or 4 times? There's something going on.
It was Minecraft with guns. No wonder why this shit went viral. Now, there's already a bunch of videos covering the downfall of Pixelgun, but I wanted to specifically talk about sandbox mode. This shit was interesting. Pixelgun sandbox mode.
Oh, is this like, damn, we're getting condo energy from Roblox here.
Was like a Diddy party. This is where everybody got freaky. This is where I got freaky. Wait, ignore the fact that I called it a Diddy.
That's self-report. That is a self-report.
Party right before that. But this place really had its own culture. Normally all the other game modes are fast-paced action, but this one, it was love themed. You had hearts, all this romantic shit, and this led to some quite scandalous activities. There was a lot of online
There was a lot of online daters. So let's analyze this. So first of all, that is a child. And that is a 40-year-old man. That is a 40-year-old man getting ready to groom this child. That is all I'm gonna say. That is all I will say. I found an interesting video for you. Okay, peek.
dating, and this was not a rare occurrence, bro. This shit was so common that there's even a fucking wiki page for it. You join a random server and boom, you see people getting smoochy, getting romantical. Now, it is important to note that everybody that was online dating, I mean, well, there are some weird ass people, but most of the people that were, you know, e-dating and stuff were little ass kids, and I was one of them. I was stupid young, but I'm gonna keep it a bug though. I was slanging with the Pixelgun ladies. I had like 5 girlfriends. I was getting romantical back then. But if we're being honest with ourselves, those
5 men. You had 5 men. Let's not dilute ourselves. You had 5 men. 5 grown ass adults. 100%.
girlfriends might have been something else behind the screen. Hey, you never know, and that's the big fucking problem with it. It was way too easy to get a hold of kids. Pause on that. Don't take that out of context. I'm
How would you know?
genuinely surprised there isn't a case of the Pixelgun 3D diddler, cause shit like this is genuinely dangerous. Now, public servers is where you had the regular online dating, but then the more private servers is where we start getting into that weird shit. There was a server list of
don't tell me. Don't tell me we had just recorded on Mobison, the classic, and made with KinoMaster, like two watermarks.
all the names of the servers, and some of them were password locked. And I'm telling you, bro, some of the names on those servers are fucking disgraceful. Need girlfriend, password 12. For sex, join password 34.
I should not find this funny, but this is giving me Roblox levels energy. It is what it is.
What the fuck is wrong with you? Now, what I'm about to describe that goes down in these
Nasty. Yeah, no shit, Sherlock.
servers is some of the most despicable shit ever. So you enter in that password and you hit the join button. You spawn on a lovely island. It's private. It's romantic. Suddenly, you spot a dude approaching you. He looks you up and down. He wants to fuck. They would always get straight to the point. No, hey, let me get to know you, baby. None of that. It's just straight up. Wanna have sex? Like, look at this, bro. You can't make this shit up. They barely even
Yeah. Diabolical. Actually diabolical. Yo, this is like, how bad was this? Like, genuinely, back in 2015, how bad was that? How bad truly was that? Can't be as bad as Roblox. It can't be.
talk. It was just a simple greeting and straight to the breeding. Now you might be wondering, how the hell do you even do freaky activity?
That is a That's just a crazy follow of words. Man.
3D's on Pixel Gun 3D. It's a fucking block game, bro. How? Well, I'm about to show. Oh wait, no, I'm not about to show you. I'm gonna talk about it, is what I meant. Now, we all know that you gotta go into the house, go into the bedroom, you see that little ass bed, you get on it and get to work. But experts say that there's more to it than that. See, there's a skin creator on Pixelgun where you can create your own skins, and while most use it for innocent purposes, you can also make your character naked as shit. Some motherfuckers used to go with the no details, just a plain skin tone all around. Some used to actually take their time and draw
Oh. 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 Oh, that's rather that's a by the way, that's a manhood.
dicks and nipples on their characters, which is actually pretty weird. So now that your Pixel Gun character with no clothes is made, well, you hop into the bed, you switch to that character, and it happens. This shit is so disgraceful. I'm not gonna lie. What am I even doing, bro? Why am I even talking about this? What was I thinking when I thought, oh yeah, I want to make a video on this, bro? What? And the thing that sucks the most about sexy time on Pixel Gun is just how common it is. You would think some weird shit like this would be pretty neat.
The sucking sucks. It's just crazy.
But you couldn't be more wrong. This is a video from 2016. Ignore the ugly ass watermarks, by the way. But the dude goes into sandbox mode, goes into the private servers, and the names start off okay. Pretty normal. You got pigs, KK, you pick the name, bruh, Five Nights at Freddy's. You know, normal shit that little kids would pick as the name. Then you got, I need a boyfriend, please come.
I need a girlfriend, please come. There's 7 people there. These are all men. Let's not kid ourselves. These are all dudes.
Bro, I read that as boyfriend. Oh, I'm gay as shit. Just server names asking for romantic partners. Nothing too bad. Oh my god, now we fucked up. That's exactly what you think it is. Sex only Spanish. And the server is almost full. That's crazy.
7 people. Can you just not, like, those kids, can they just not... Well, just like go into at this point, just I feel like going on a regular website, right? It's just less freaky than doing it in Pixel Gun or Roblox or any other weird game.
That's a whole ass freak off. I guarantee you if the person in the video kept scrolling, you would have seen a lot more of these servers. In matter of fact, before sandbox mode was even added, this was still an issue. Let's go back 9 years ago. It's 2015. Sandbox mode hasn't been added yet. You hop on your bulky big ass iPad and you're ready to have some fun. So you click on battle now and you decide to play some deathmatch. However, you see that deathmatch custom tab down there and you get a little curious, so you decide to check it out. And there you go, you already fucked up. Place only for
Bro, place only for the fun. What? 10 out of 10, it's full. It's full. It's full. That's horrible.
And of course it's full. Need naughty girlfriend, I'm 13.
That's just like, yo, Predator, come find me. It just literally is. It just literally is. That just literally is. That's literally just an invitation. Or, maybe let's think this through. That could be a predator capture, catcher though, right? Right? Me, you.
Wait, you're doing this shit at 13? You need to kill yourself. You are 13, bro. You're almost about to go into high school and you're doing this? That is just weird. And of course, this freak made it only for 2 people. Here's some more beautifully worded server names. Then we got this server.
Please. Horrible.
And this is the server our protagonist decides to join. What actually happens in these? They were role-playing. They were pretending to buy beers or get drunk, and you can just tell they were little ass kids. You can't tell me that DJ Wolfboy is any older than 9. He says, I'll take a hangover tequila. You mean a tequila, dumbass? Now, one of the girls was in a bikini, and I'm assuming that the roleplay was building up to the main action, you know, taking the time to know each other and stuff, which is, well...
They were on a date! A drunk date, for sure, but they were on a date. At least they're getting to know each other, right? Those both 40-year-old men.
Now you're just wasting even more of your time. Just get your nut off and leave. Now I got a little theory. Pixel Gun probably added sandbox mode primarily
Was that just MatPat doing the couch? The fuck?
Barely to stop the online daters from polluting the normal game modes. Cause let's be honest, even if it did try and add rules, I'm gonna keep it above. It didn't try for shit. All they really had was some chat filter that was complete ass. Couldn't even do its job. All you had to do was put the word and then add an apostrophe at the end. Like at this point, just get rid of it, bro. Like honestly, just go home. Now back to what I was talking about originally, my theory. They simply added sandbox mode to isolate online dating. It makes sense. All of those freaky ass servers took places in these maps, Heaven Garden and Paradise Resort. Shit look familiar, don't it? And it makes sense because nobody's gonna fuck in a weird place. Oh hell no. So I was gonna
Join for hot smacks. At this point, I wouldn't be surprised if at one point there's gonna be a game out there, just a normal game who drops the sex update.
end the video here, but while I was looking for some background footage, I discovered something crazy. It's one of those trolling online
Horny girl friend, whatever. What the fuck?
dater videos on YouTube, which are pretty common, but this person trolling was doing the most. Yeah, but let's have hanky spanky out of the map. The guy trolling is the one saying this, by the way. And then they do it. Wait, how many people are there? What the fuck? And then after that freak off, the dude goes up to another person and asks, wanna have it now, baby? They send a bunch of kissing emojis and then ask to go to the room. Show me your ass! Oh my, nah, this is nah, what the, yo, this isn't even trolling, bro. You're low-key into it. If you thought it couldn't get any worse, baby, my name is Alex and
That's diabolical. Why would you? I'm gonna be concerned for a second here.
I'm not even reading that, bro. What? Even right after that message, I'm a homo, baby, with an entirely different person. I can't keep up with this video. Baby, eat my... and they're doing...
Why? Why would you? What the fuck? What the fuck? What the 0.70? Shit. That's horrible. That is horrible.
doing it. Wait, my meat is big. My meat is 0.7 inches. All right, nah. Okay, let me just skip ahead. Oh. All right, okay, you know what? That's it for this video, bro. I'll see you guys later.
That was a miserable experience. Oh no. That was miserable. Okay. Enough. No more Roblox, no more Pixel Gun. Enough. I have seen enough. Okay? I've seen enough. We are not dealing with this. Anyways, like, comment, and subscribe. That was horrible. I have a video request called Tragically Shitty Ads. At this point, I'll just watch all of it. Let me add that. Also, thank you, dear. Yeah, we'll do yours next. Will you do yours next? And then I need to do the Mr. Beast one as well. So yeah, let me add that one. Bro. Insanity. Alright, real quick. We add Deers as well. The rare one gets his video. Of course I get a Nika ad. Oh, bro. What is going on today, man? What is this getting out of hand? This is getting for real out of hand. Alright. You're next, dear. You will be next, kiddo. Click on something.
All right, let's open the right.
No, we won't open anything. Sponsored. No, I'm not. Why would I?
So this guy's name is Ramos. Let's check out his avatar. What?
What the fuck? What the fuck?
The fuck? This guy's name is Out. Holy, you're...
Huh? What is that? Okay, so I'm assuming that's a leg. That's definitely a leg. And what is that? That could be an arm, that could be a tail. Or maybe both of those are arms. and one leg is visible while the other one is not.
Jack. Coop is a nice name. I wonder what his avatar looks like.
Where are those still available? Arms? I'm assuming those are arms, yeah.
You gotta be fuck mama. Not a sus
Mama. Horrible.
name, am I right?
That's just okay. Those are just ginormous hands and then ginormous feet. The feet bros at least are very. What the fuck is that? But the feet bros are very happy. At least that.
Swear these big feet avatars are getting out of hand. Not even gonna
Daddy.
say the name. Sam.
I was just a straight up naked avatar. Patricia, is that you?
Looks like Patrick. Jake sounds like a real name. I wonder what his avatar looks like.
Okay, that's kind of funny, not gonna lie. It's just literally a employment. Oh, that was interesting. That was interesting. Okay, dear. Okay, dear. I get it. 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 I understand. I do get it. Very much. I get it. Water. I get it. Have this like, you odd person. Have this like, with your hair. I updated it a little. Anyways, we've got a special one here. Because we must look at this.
A few weeks ago.
Because it's amazing what's been happening recently. Because apparently our favorite Mr. Beast was outed as a tourist. So let's go. Anyways, interesting, right? Interesting. Got an interesting topic today, it seems. Right? Very interesting. Mr. Beast called out the anime community. He's mad, but here, hey. Apparently, Mr. Beast was outed as a tourist by the One Piece fans. Or, like, at least he's a One Piece tourist. Or so I've heard. It's really funny. And apparently his response was, so-called abysmal dog shit. We're gonna look at it. It's interesting. We've got another interesting, things coming up, but that for later. Let's look at this. Also, please consider liking and subscribing. I appreciate your support. We'll jump in. This cannot be good. This is never good. Let's see.
A few weeks ago, influencers like Mr. Beast, Kai Cenat, and iShowSpeed were under fire for what seemed to have been a potentially undisclosed paid promotion for the Netflix One Piece live-action adaptation. On top of that,
By the way, absolute and diabolical slop. You can tell me whatever you want. That the creator greenlit it. I don't care. I for real don't care. I watched it. Slop. Not much different from any other live action adaptation.
there were a lot of people accusing them of being tourists, and rightfully so. They really came off like anime tourists.
They are tourists. 100%. Very much. Remember, I like the saying a lot. Somebody said it on Twitter. Tourist is not the amount spent. It's a state of mind. You can watch a lot of anime and still be a tourist. Right? You can watch plenty of anime and still be a tourist. This doesn't change anything.
Speed even deleted a tweet that presumably was about him talking about preferring the live action or recommending the live action over the action.
That is tourism firsthand. What do you mean? Why do you start One Piece with the live action? What? The image just gets worse.
Actual anime. I don't know the exact context because as mentioned, it got deleted before screenshots were taken, but you can tell based off the responses that it was something like that. Anyways, I covered that all in more detail. This is just the tip of the iceberg with that whole situation, so consider watching the prior video if you haven't seen it. I'll link it in the description. This brief update is about Mr. Beast. Mr. Beast's initial response was this tweet telling people to stop treating him like a fake fan and trying to defend himself. And to be fair, I did mention how Mr. Beast does have anime-related tweets going back to like 2019, 2018-ish, which, while still, you know, ain't much, is more than you could say about the other influencers that may be involved with this undisclosed paid promotion. Nevertheless, this whole prior situation definitely still made him come off like a tourist, and now his newest response really is just making it worse for him, in my opinion.
Let's see if, from what I've heard, basically what happened is he essentially kind of just made fun of people who watch too much anime, but that's besides the point. I do think that is very much... right? If you suddenly start changing your profile pictures to like Luffy and you start undisclosed, of course, because, well, apparently we are suddenly allowed to do undisclosed sponsorships. Regardless, you do that? Obviously, we're gonna call you a tourist out here because you don't know actually anything about the material you're talking about. Why is Mashiro on the thumbnail? Because the video I'm watching used it as a thumbnail. Hey, Black Flower, how you doing? Hope you're doing good.
Because that takes us to this new clip.
Couple tweets about you saying, should I watch One Piece? All right.
Yeah.
Did you actually go and watch One Piece?
Yes. Oh, bro, two things. Before I answer that, holy shit. The One Piece fan base can be so toxic. They're like constantly like he's not actually watching it. He's just trying to latch on to our anime to milk us for our audience and blah, blah. Let me say something. And it probably is a negative for me to say this, but I've seen more anime than all you little anime clowns with your anime PFPs on Twitter out there. I have. Like, go dig through my Twitter. I've got Guardians of the Galactic Hero. I was tweeting about that shit back in 2019, 7 years ago. I've been tweeting about anime since before some of you motherfuckers were born. Okay, so first off, back off, call me a phony, trying to bandwagon on One Piece for attention. Y'all are crazy. I've watched all 700 episodes of Naruto. It's ridiculous.
Top 3 animes.
So yeah, that's just the clip that was posted, but obviously I was curious to see what came next, like when he's asked to give his top 3. And I gotta tell you guys, oh my gosh, I'm like half in pain right now from what I just watched and half laughing because it was hilarious. This is one of the most tourist videos you guys...
That is definitely massive tourism. So here's the thing. Again, tourist does not mean that you haven't been in a space or you haven't watched much anime. That's not the core problem, right? They call you tourist because you show behavior of tourists. It very much seems that you have no idea of One Piece. Like, he posted, as far as I'm aware, a response naming anime that he has watched. Guess what was not among those? The anime that he promoted. He wrote the list, right? And One Piece was not on the list. And I'm like, yes, you haven't watched One Piece then. Because if the controversy is about One Piece, and people call you tourist because suddenly you like One Piece, when very clearly it was a paid promotion, you definitely have not watched One Piece. 100%. I can say I have not watched One Piece, most of it. I watched it in its early days, right? I haven't watched most of One Piece. But I would also never take a promotion from something that I just, especially as a big content creator as he is, I wouldn't make a promotion for something that I haven't consumed myself. You're casual, only watched 30 episodes of One Piece, more if you count the 4Kids dub. I watched maybe 100 episodes overall. That probably comes down. I followed it quite a while, as long as it ran on TV, but that's about it. But even I know that this was not because you like One Piece. Most certainly not. If I started to post about, like, I don't know, Sailor Moon, right? There's a live action Sailor Moon coming out, right? and suddenly as a big creator, I change my profile picture to Sailor Moon, and I promote the live action Sailor Moon, but I haven't actually watched Sailor Moon, then I'm just a fake. I'm just fake. That's the truth.
We'll see. So I'll play that for you in a moment. We'll go over that part and see his answers and everything. But first, let's address what he said in the clip that we just watched, because I don't want to just like brush over this and move right on to the next clip without mentioning that Mr. Beast is either really out of touch in that clip or he's being intentionally disingenuous, because he's trying to blame the One Piece fandom for the backlash he got over the whole tourist thing and, you know, potential undisclosed Netflix paid promotion thing. Bro, that was not just the One Piece fandom. Yes, the One Piece fandom was a part of the backlash he was getting, but it was like the entire anime fandom that was tapped into that conversation that was criticizing this dude.
If the entire fandom calls you a tourist and calls you out for being fake and phony, chances are, very likely, that you are fake and phony. That you're phony. That you are lying. Chances are pretty good. Silly. I got up to the Chi fight on the boat. I don't remember how far I've gotten, but I've followed it for quite a bit.
So it's crazy for him to try to pin it all on the One Piece fandom and acting like the One Piece fandom's toxic. Like, dude, no. The anime community at large was rightfully calling this guy out for this behavior that we mentioned, right? These actions that he took. And the criticism that he and these other influencers got from the anime community, it was completely justified. They really brought this on themselves for what they were doing. And one more thing very suspicious in that clip, in his response there, notice how he didn't mention the main accusation as well, along with the tourist thing, which was, hey, this guy looks like he's involved.
Remember like the gif with like the elephant and being like, address me? You did not address the elephant in the room. Which I think is about 35 episodes. I don't remember. I do want to watch it at one point. I do want to watch it. I'm just recently getting back into anime again, so I need my time before I start something that big. I did watch all of Naruto though. Last year. Or the year before. Last year. Regardless. It is very interesting to see that he's not addressing the elephant in the room, which is the accusation that he has nothing to do with One Piece, essentially.
In an undisclosed paid promotion for Netflix. He didn't say anything about that. Nothing.
And that obviously too, yeah. Undisclosed promotion. Very much.
About that. I mean, that was the other main thing is mentioned that people were saying along with the tourist thing. I find it highly unlikely that he would see the people calling him a tourist, which he's saying are calling him a phony. And he wouldn't see the, hey, this guy looks like he's doing an undisclosed paid promotion part. I don't know, man. Kind of suspicious look to not address that. And we left off with Mr. Beast getting asked what his top 3 anime are. And I mentioned that things are going to get real touristy coming up. So brace yourselves for this. Here you go.
Ridiculous.
Top 3 animes.
Well, for me, okay. Wait, this is like arguably the most serious question you could ever ask me. I can't.
Going up. Holy
yeah,
shit,
I
it's getting a
can't.
little hot.
I can't answer this one wrong. Top 3?
Mm-hmm.
Oh god. Honestly, like I kind of need to pull up my anime list if I'm gonna answer that. Okay. I really gotta like. I can't.
This is some serious shit.
Like I can't just dome that.
You want me to go first?
Yeah, you go first. I can't.
I'm gonna make an accusation here. Is he just gonna Google anime? I could name like top 3 right on my head. Easily. Like easily. So number 1, which is a hidden gem. It's a shonen, but it's a hidden gem. Nobody really watched it. Is the Dragon Quest Dai remake from 2020. That's number 1. I love this anime. It's great. I think they did a great job in turning. Of course, there was a little bit of censorship, which I call bullshit, which I hated. But that's my number 1. Currently, from what I've watched, I have to either place from the things obviously I've watched. Obviously, I have to place Dragon Ball GT on number 2. However, if we're not counting Dragon Ball GT, it would be either between Bunny Girl Senpai right now, or Horimiya. Those two, I love those two. Fall in love with those two. And then at third, I'm currently placing, I'm pretty sure my status as an assassin obviously exceeds the heroes. I really love the art style. I really love the relationship between Akira and, what was the girl called? Shit. Well, yeah, I really love that. And also I love like this moral struggle of him. I think that's what got me really into it. Like his moral struggle with not wanting to kill anybody, but he kind of has to. I like that. I like that a lot. Regardless, I would say like those four. And then Dragon Ball GT because it's a guilty pleasure. I could name that right now.
Attack on Titan #1.
Of course. And I'm not just saying that because you said it. Attack on Titan definitely in top 3.
Attack on Titan, storyline, the foreshadowing, shadowing, peak. And I love the ending. I don't care what people say.
Same.
The ending was beautiful.
Same.
Are you... he's looking at his phone, isn't he? He must be looking at his phone. Both... That is Gigator... Bro, what is going on? Okay. He's... Both of them are looking at their phones. I could say that out of my head. But both of them are looking at their phones. 100%. If you think like, oh, Attack on Titan is so great, you're looking at the phone. So I can tell you're reading off something. Or you're Googling something. What story? There is no story. I do think that Attack on Titan definitely has a decent story. I kind of don't... What I really don't like about Attack on Titan is mostly in between there's like weird character redesigns. I don't like those. Like, what is going on? And the music is pretty peak. The music is also pretty good. But yeah. I don't think it has a bad story. Now I've watched only season 1 and 2, obviously. That was when it was available. I should catch up on that eventually. Just torture corn with bland story. Nah, it's alright. It's alright.
Okay. Second, I'm have to go with Naruto. It's a classic.
Bro, same. I fucking love Naruto. Now you're just...
No. Naruto is great. Number 3, Frieren. Frieren.
Yeah.
Okay, I pronounced it wrong.
Really?
Frieren is pretty good too, but I do not believe you. I do not believe you. I do not believe either of you. Is mayonnaise an instrument? No, Patrick. Mayonnaise is not an instrument. And these two are definitely tourists. Like, they can't even name anything niche, right? They can't even name anything niche. Which is interesting. What the... Now, I wouldn't call Horimiya and Bodyguard Senpai niche, but, like, overall, nobody says that Dragon Ball GT is their favorite. or the Assassin one is in the top 3.
Are you just saying that because that's number 1 on my anime list, or did you actually...
No, that was a performative one. I'm not gonna lie, I watched like 2 episodes of that, and I didn't watch the rest.
Okay, I was about to say, I finished all of Frieren.
What is this clip? What is this clip? What is this clip? What is this clip? What is this?
It's good. I really like it, but it's not like I don't think it should be number 1 on my anime list. No. I don't. But it should definitely be like top like 30.
So the person that Mr. Beast is with is Jason the Wayne. And first of all, just out of sheer kindness, I'm going to mention that this is the guy that gave us that iconic Pokimane clip where Pokimane was like, "Eat the rich." And then he turns to her and he's like, "Aren't you the rich?" So, I'll give him credit for that. But like, bro, how are you going to say Frieren, say the name wrong, and then like within seconds admit that you've seen... He said 2 episodes, right? Hey, what's your favorite anime? Frieren, I've seen 2 episodes. Like, oh my gosh, dude. Mr. Beast also in that clip, obviously. Like, look, a top 3 anime question can be tough, but
No, it's not really tough. It's not really tough. You can at least name some things. You can at least name some things. Right? You can at least name some things. But they were... In that clip, Mr. Beast wasn't even able to name some things. Isekai Harem Labyrinth. Interspecies reviewers gushing over magical girls. Classic. Interesting. What else did I watch that's more so niche? I did watch like even if they were just able to name movies, like even like Studio Ghibli movies, I would have believed them even more, or those aren't specifically anime, but they're anime movies, or I don't know. It's like anything that's not mainstream, right? Would have already proven that you're at least not a tourist. Like something that's super not really mainstream at all is what was it called? A Sign of Affection. I feel like who watches that? I would even put DxD up there. I haven't watched that, but that's mostly so because I'm not really into the ecchi stuff. Like I don't super like that.
But I do think most anime fans would be able to have like at least one or two pretty off the bat. And then the third one, maybe it takes you a little longer for, but like having to look up your whole My Anime list, like you really didn't even know anything. Like there wasn't even a single anime that came to your mind. And I bet you there's going to be people being like X'd out that he's even looking up his own My Anime list. Like he's probably either going to Mal to look up like the most popular anime or just like Googling it really quick to try to come up with some answers.
Yeah,
Code Geass.
Yeah, stop. I was literally about to.
You're about to say
no, but see now they're gonna think I'm just trying to. I was literally about to say Code Geass.
That shit was.
I do not believe you. To be fair, I haven't watched that one either. I know it's supposed to be really, really good. Okay, maybe I watched like 3 episodes when I was younger, because I'm pretty sure that ran. Like, I could even name something like Inuyasha isn't specifically that niche, but I also watched that. Right? I watched that as well. Vampire Knight? I'm not pretty sure. It was like a chick that wasn't like a school, and like the two main love interests are what was it? Vampires? I forgot what it was called. Witchblade, I think. That was another one that I watched. That was interesting. Big Booba Witch that like was fighting stuff. I barely remember that one.
Peak.
Yeah,
I watched it last year, late last year. This shit helped me through a lot of mental problems. I was on a Stairmaster watching Code Geass, saved my life. It was incredible.
Code Geass is good. I mean, Steins Gate was good though. It's hard. Attack on Titan and Naruto are guaranteed. If you ask me top 2, those are my top 2. The number 3 is where it gets a little like wishy-washy because there's so many great things.
Yeah, I do agree. I think the third spot's probably the hardest, just simply because that's the last spot you have left, and there are a lot of great anime out there. It is a bit odd, though, how he had to look up his My Anime list just to pick Naruto and Attack on Titan. And then, like, Attack on Titan, they only mentioned after Jason pointed that out. So, I don't know. I think a lot of people are going to be even more suspicious of Mr. Beast than they were before this clip. In other words, I don't think this...
I'm going to be honest. I think he is lying. I personally believe he is lying. That is, of course, just me, but I believe he is lying.
This clip is really helping him. This interview, this question of the interview is really helping him. We have a little bonus comedy here at the end, although this is potentially more than just bonus comedy if this is also involved with the undisclosed paid promotion stuff.
Luffy profile picture lasted 1 week. Well, yeah. Really, I'm surprised you like Witchblade. As a kid, as a horny teenager, yes, obviously. What did you expect?
Which many people are speculating even more about now because, well, you take a look at this. Mr. Beast had said 23 hours ago, thoughts on Beast game, strong versus smart, to which WestJet points out how Mr. Beast already changed his profile pic back to normal, that the Luffy profile pic lasted only like 1 week. And this was a point of contention because, as mentioned, during the like Netflix live action undisclosed stuff that was going around, Mr. Beast also suddenly changed his profile pic to Luffy, and people were like, wow, bro's watched one episode and suddenly he's changed his profile pic. So, you know, there were a lot of people like making fun of him to varying extents over the profile pic being changed like that, and how it came off like this was potentially a part of the undisclosed paid promotion that people are speculating about. And now that that time period or whatever may have run out, he's like changed his profile pic back. So let me know what you think. Do you think this is just silliness, or do you think maybe like, yeah, you know, the promotion period ended, so back to normal Mr. Beast profile pic now?
It's also like, here's the thing. Here's the thing. Here's the thing, okay? It's not only that he can't name his top 3, right? That's not only the only problem. There's a different problem. And that is that he couldn't even, like, he named names. That necessarily doesn't mean that he actually knows things, right? Just because he names things doesn't actually mean he knows things. Right? He didn't really state anything what he even likes about those. That would have maybe helped him quite a bit. That didn't happen. Hi, tourist. How you doing? Hope you're doing good. Hello. Love your new jacket. New jacket. It's winter. It's cold. It works.
Ultimately, if he's really not a part of an undisclosed paid promotion for Netflix's live-action adaptation of One Piece, you know, he should have addressed that as mentioned. I find it, once again, highly unlikely he wasn't aware of that criticism that was right up there along with people calling him a tourist. So the fact that he said nothing about that is odd, to say the least. And as for the tourist stuff, you know, if he's really not a tourist, it's actually shocking how much he's come off like one. Because, to be quite frank, if he's not a tourist, he should really be able to see how this stuff came off to the anime community.
I do believe that he's very much right, again, he's posted like a list of anime he has watched, but again, I don't believe that sometimes people that don't spend a lot of time in a fandom are tourists. I think they're more likely to be tourists. I also think they're more likely to be the ones watching and yet disliking what they're watching. But again, I don't think that time spent equals tourist. I think that you are a tourist in a fandom if you don't understand it. I think overall, like, you consume it, but you don't understand it. You don't understand, like, for example, games, you do not understand the rules, you do not understand the characters, the story. You consume it, but it's just like, or you consume it and you don't like it at all, right? There's a couple of people, like the hood weebs, that just watch shonen anime, and everything else is just like, either horseshit or just, pedo slop, right? Those people also exist. It really depends.
As I said multiple times, very understandable. The criticisms that he's been getting from the anime community have been very reasonable and justifiable. So when he's like acting like people are out of line and being toxic over this, and he's like protesting so much about it and acting like it doesn't make sense, I mean, you know, it's not helping his case is what I'm getting at. But let me know what you think. Thank you for tuning in. Have a lovely rest of your week, and I'll see you in the next.
That was my main video that I wanted to watch today, and pretty much what I can say is that from this clip, I do not believe Mr. Beast. I'm gonna be honest. He didn't address the elephant in the room, which was the undisclosed paid promotion. Kicking out the profile picture after a week tells me everything I need to know. He cannot at least name, like, right off the bat, like, the top 2. Like, you should be able to name top 2 right off the bat, right? For me, it's a bit difficult because I just recently got back into it, but I love what I'm watching recently. But yeah, it's just awful. It's just really awful. This should have not. He should have just straight up said this is the paid promotion, and people would have cared less. Right? It's more attention for One Piece. But then again, I think a lot of people don't really like the live action. Like, personally, I didn't like it. I did not like it. I think it's just live action slop, but that's just me. Anyways, don't be a tourist. Understand the fandom you're in. That would be pretty good. And like, comment, and subscribe. Hi Zoom, how you doing? Hope you're doing good. I did 7-day free trial for Crunchyroll, and there's English dub already. Makes sense, right? Why would there not be English dubs already? That wouldn't make much sense. I have another Hero Hey video, but we're gonna do that later. That has a lot more to do with Uma Musume that I really want to look at because, well, it's Uma Musume. I think currently my favorite gacha game. I haven't streamed in a while. I should stream it again. I just haven't felt like streaming it, to be fair. But I should go back into it and stream it here and there. Grind some Umas on the stream during the stream. Hi Cricket, how you doing? Hope you're doing good. Hello. Alright. Want to see a ridiculous clip of Pokimane? It's a bit older, but we're gonna quickly look at it.
So
obviously, the way I find ridiculous clip, don't give money to Crunchyroll, true. I think overall Crunchyroll is a danger to anime in general, but that is just me. I think Crunchyroll is a danger because they're slowly creating a monopoly in which only what they deem as fine will be turned into an anime. I don't think that there's a reason more and more people flock to illegal sites to watch anime, and I think a lot of that has also to do with the fear that that Crunchyroll is going to take over, and they will. Trust me, they will. There's two things: either Netflix will take over, or Crunchyroll will take over, and have like half of the market share, at least, or like a large portion. That's what I'm seeing. That is unfortunately what I'm seeing. Some background is white. It's some pepper, like Pokemon's on your thumbnail background, not just white. Yeah, I just did that real quick. Alternatively, I need to think about something that I can do. I just hadn't had much time today, right? Because I had to use a shovel to get rid of the snow. It's still snowing. I might actually end an hour earlier, so when my parents come home, I can clean everything and make sure that they can even drive up in here. Because holy shit, and walk. Is that the way I'm seeing it? This isn't stopping anytime soon. Horrible, just miserable experience. Anyways, let's look at this. Let's look at this. This is brutal by Asmongold Clips. Apparently, this is Pokimane. I haven't seen that clip, but I know what's in there. Like, I know what's in there. I know what's in there. Also, please consider liking and subscribing. I appreciate it. I can give you free website to watch every anime. I have my ways, buddy. I have my ways. Anyways, we're gonna look at it. We're gonna see what this is.
So I did see this too. So there's a website.
Yep.
Pokemon.
Yeah. Pokimane's dating standards, right? Pokimane's dating standards. We will now find out why this amazing, gorgeous, oh so perfect woman and peak creator is still single and unmarried.
Pokemon finds out her dating requirements.
Exclude married. Yeah, I don't want to date someone who's married. Wait, I just did it. Oops.
0.1%.
I think she made a mistake. I think she mispressed. There's no way. Oh my god. Yeah, bro is in chat. Maybe the Sims in chat had a quick wake up call here. I think bro has had a quick wake up call.
Oh.
0.32.
Hey, it more than doubled. It more than tripled. Hey. Bro, 0.32% of men she wants to date. That is 527,000. Let's highball it and say 530,000. Out of 165 million American men. Let's just highball it. That is diabolical. That is diabolical. And by the way, she's not the only one. She's not the only one. Right? There's many women that do this website and they get like 10 out of 10 cat food bags, whatever. Is crazy. It's crazy. Oh, I seen this one. He prefers our 0.6 chance. I wonder what mine would be. I think I did this test once. It was like 20% or so.
Wow. I actually thought it'd be better odds. Out of 164 million, only 500,000 meet my standards?
There's no way it's that high, okay, guys?
0.32%. What did I even ask for?
That doesn't factor in looks, right? Just because she puts in those things, right? That doesn't factor in looks. That's interesting, right? It doesn't factor in that. It also doesn't factor in personality. So it might be much, much lower than 0.32%. Much lower. The reason isn't that she's single because, like, she wasn't found, there's nobody to date. The reason that she's single is because her standards are absurd.
Oh, then again, I guess if you're like, I would date someone of any age.
It's crazy to see whenever women have these expectations to see what the probability of actually having it happen. I want to look this up. Well, you can't select for bra size. How could I even do this? Can you even tell if...
On dating apps, they can select for height. Why can men not select for waist? That's a more important question.
She's fat? Exclude obese. Okay, all right, here we go. Age, okay, 22 to 35. Height, I don't give a shit. I guess 4'11", I guess. I don't know. How about 4'10"? And then 7 feet tall, if only, right? Minimum income, I don't give a shit. Ethnicity, I don't give a shit. Hair color, I don't care. Eye color, I don't care. Minimum education, I don't care. Religion, I don't really care either. Okay, smokes, no, does not smoke either. I don't really care if she drinks or not. Exclude married, exclude a...
You cannot tell me that he had 0.6. I think I was lied to. Maybe that's what he is. Maybe all along. Yeah. When you sound like AI Asmongold is real. He can hurt you. Okay. This seems... Bro has no standards, essentially. It doesn't matter. What is he getting?
Okay, all right, let's click it, see what it says.
Huh? Just women, okay? Wants kids either. Doesn't matter. That includes yes and no. Age 22 to 35. That's fine. 4'10" to 7. Fine. Minimum income 0. Any. There's... Are you telling me that the... Okay. 2 of these must cut down insanely. Probably it's either the smokes or it's the obese. And I'm gonna go with obese. Are you telling me that including obese cuts this down to 4% in the US? That is insanity. That is insanity. That is crazy. That is crazy. Holy.
Exclude married, exclude obese. Okay, all right, let's click it, see what it says. 4%? See?
4% of women in the US. Well, it would probably go up if you picked 18, but that doesn't matter. That's still crazy, though. 4% is crazy. That's still much better, though, than, That's still much better than 0.32. But that's crazy, too. Wow.
I'm not that crazy after all. Well, what about if they're fat? What happens if you change obese?
It just goes up by 3%? What?
Goes all the way up to 7 if you want to have the hogs? Oh, wow. That's a lot of hogs. There's a lot more older women. Yeah, maybe you're right. Does it shock you? I guess so. I just wanted to look at it and see from...
Guys, I'm cooked. I'm genuinely cooked. That is crazy. I don't like this counter.
myself, but it was disbelief that only 0.32% of men. Damn, 0.32%.
Wow.
That's bad.
I actually thought it'd be better odds. Out of 164 million, only 500,000 meet my standards.
You did not. There's no way.
Zero.
That is insane. Like, I mean, 4%. But those aren't even high standards. It's literally age 22 to 35. Nothing else matters really, excluding obese. How is that just 4%? Well, then again, previous generations had more kids, which probably bumps up the number quite a bit if you change the age, right? That's gotta be that's the only reason I can tell. Oh, look at Powder behind me. The name Powder. Perfect. Look at that. I like her. She's cool. That's crazy. That is insane. Bro. Wow. Okay. Okay. If I would do this, I would probably have crazy low too. For me, it's even lower probably because I cannot filter for something very specific, which is wait until marriage. But that's crazy. Okay. That means men aren't men cannot be that delusional if they say they cannot find anybody to date. And women are a lot more delusional. Okay, anyways, interesting. Interesting. I did not expect that. I did not expect that. I did not expect his 4%. I did not expect that it would be that low. And her 0.32% is actually crazy. Anyways, interesting. Like, comment, and subscribe. Wow, that was horrible. Holland, Philippines can't even reach low 20 Celsius. Oh. I quit. Like, 20 degrees is decently warm. That's decently warm depending on where you live. Here, the lowest we had this year for now is -16. But 20 Celsius is decently warm. To me, at least. It's decently warm to me. But it might be crazy hot for others. But yeah, it's decently warm. Today is a cold... Wait, it's a cold day? Ow. Wow. Today is a pretty mild day. We have like, what do we have right now? -2. For me, that's a decently warm right now. In comparison to what it was recently. Tonight's supposed to drop to -7 again, but yeah, -16 was it recently. I'd kill for 16 degrees, Zoom. I'd kill. My stream hasn't that much of a reach in the last 2 days. I think YouTube put me in the streaming jail. I'm assuming, actually. Surprisingly. I think. Yo, since we are watching an Asmongold clip, we might just throw the second one afterwards because this is really interesting. Might as well just go for it.
If you're...
Because that one is also very interesting and very funny. And kind of scary. But we're going to look at it. Let me look at it. Alright. Because that's going to be interesting. She converted to Islam and now wants to change it. The Asmongold clips. Let me guess. This is a British white woman, mid-30s, mid to late 20s to mid-30s, thinking that Islam is great, probably because of an ex-partner, ex-boyfriend, something like that, because that's usually the pipeline, right? White women just don't turn suddenly Muslim. Usually there's like a transfer stage. There's like a transfer stage in where they turn Muslim because of a ex-boyfriend. Regardless, we'll go in. Also, please consider liking, subscribing. Thank you for the support. I appreciate it. We'll go in. So yeah, I'm assuming British woman. British white woman is what I'm assuming. Considering from the thumbnail, that's what I'm seeing. And now she found out, Islam isn't that great. Surprise.
If you're a Muslim who's transphobic and... Oh, no. You know what this is like? It's like in...
This is very interesting. Liberal women converting to the tribe of Antichrist. Isn't that crazy? Okay, here's the thing. Here is the thing. What did you expect? In some Muslim region, not all of them, but some of them, they throw you off buildings. A woman's opinion is half of that of is half of that of a man. They don't like dogs. They forcibly transition gay men to be women. What did you expect? Not just, isn't that great? I bet that they're in the way back, probably. Oh God.
Prometheus whenever they had the aliens get loose. Now the Muslims are gonna have to deal with white women that think that they understand the religion better than they do. A white convert to Islam calls on Muslims around the world to stop being both homophobic and transphobic. As the LGBTQ plus...
You're a Muslim who is transphobic and homophobic. Not only are you contributing to the mass killing of LGBTQ people, you are also contributing to the Muslim...
How's it feel, guys?
Muslim genocide? There is no Muslim genocide. What? What are you talking about? What are we talking about? There's currently more Christians being persecuted than Muslims. What are you on about? Oh God. Oh God. Yeah, yo, Muslims, Muslim community, okay? Muslims. You can have her. You can have them all. You can have them. We'll send them right into the Middle East. You can all have them. I don't want these running around here. You can all have them. Hi, Shadow Clips. How you doing? Hope you're doing good. Amazing. Let's go out. Oh, someone returned the lion and sun. That's kind of peak.
How's it feel? We've had to deal with this shit for 50 years.
Guys, I think I finally found the weapons of mass destruction.
This is a message for Muslim men. What are you doing talking to women on the internet? What are you doing up in the comment sections haram policing women? Leave women alone.
Oh my God. Oh. There's no... By the way, that isn't properly covered. I'm calling the haram police. For your women, the sons of... This is... You can have them, bro. You can have them. What did you expect? Genuinely, what did you expect was gonna happen if you became Muslim? Like, what did you expect? Yes, they're gonna do that. They've been doing that the entire time. What are you on about? What is this woman doing?
Yeah, it sucks, right?
That is not of our religion. No one's asking you to be trans, but what you need to do and what is obligated of us in Islam is to treat trans people as the human beings that they are. So I'm not gonna have any transphobia in my comments, even if y'all are Muslims, even if y'all are other hijabis. I don't care. If your version of Islam is we have to support the genocide of trans people, I don't want it. It's exactly your bigotry that is...
This guy has gotta be rage bait. I do not believe that somebody like that exists. I do not believe that somebody like that genuinely exists. This has to be rage bait. It must be. This is the greatest case of suicidal empathy that I've ever seen. This is Frogan 2.0. Just white and thin. But yeah. What are you doing, woman? What are you doing, my good lady? Stop this. Stop.
Also contributing to the Muslim genocide and allowing Zionists to pinkwash the Muslim genocides that are happening across the world and to
pinkwash. It's just, that's gotta be rage bait. I'm sorry. But I don't take this woman seriously at all. Pinkwash. Pinkwash? What is wrong with this lady? What is wrong with this lady? This guy, we gotta ban liberal white women.
Demonize Muslims as these all Muslims are evil, all Muslims are transphobic and homophobic. You know who's not? Oh, us Zionists. That's what y'all are doing. You don't even realize it.
Now I get to watch another person's culture henpecked to death.
Henpecked to death? What are we doing? Okay, let me summarize it. She converts to Islam. She becomes a Muslim, right? 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 Then she complains. Could I technically refer to her as a tourist? Because that's technically what she is. She's a religious tourist. She's like joining anime, but she hates everything involving anime. She's like watching it and then complaining. She's like joining Islam, but then like hates everything around it. That is a literal religious tourist. I can't.
Death by white women. Now I get to see it again.
Of religion has to do with being a bigot that gets people killed, not hurting anyone, just being who they are. I don't want any part of it. And keep in mind that in the Quran 2 times it says, to me my religion and to you yours, and there's no compulsion in
She's not rating it in context either. She's gonna implement liberal Sharia law. That's what I'm seeing. Miserable experience.
Quoting the Quran at them. Oh my God. I used to pray for times like this.
It's literally haram.
I'm sorry, guys. I'm so sorry for this. We tried our best to stop it. Good luck, guys.
For you to impose your religion and your beliefs on other people. No one's asking you to be trans. At the same time, you are also pushing away people who are trans, who are gay, from becoming Muslim. Whether you like it or not, there are
Okay, there are gay Muslims. I don't question how that works. There's also trans Muslims. Don't ask me how that works. I'm gonna straight up say it. There is no liberal there is no liberal Islam. There is no liberal Muslim. This doesn't work. Those two are conflicting ideologies. They don't work. But not gonna lie, deal with it yourself, Muslims. We're done. We're done. We had this already. But yeah, it's crazy.
LGBTQ Muslims who are part of our ummah, they are just as Muslim as you are. And at the end of the day, subhanahu rabbi Allah. Allah is greatest, Allah knows best, and you need to humble yourself.
Oh my God. Now you guys have to deal with this shit. That hurt, I know. So painful. Oh my God. Oh yeah, get used to this, guys. Get used to it. Karen's teaching Islam.
Karen's teaching Islam. Karen's for Islam. This has to be rage bait. I'm sorry, my guy, but this is not rage bait. This is a real white woman, liberal white woman, converting to Islam and then complaining that Islam is bigoted. And that Muslims do not tolerate trans or gay people. We live in trying times. She's a literal religious tourist, technically. She's a literal religious tourist. That's what it is. She's a literal tourist. Karen will eat shit in Islam. Imagine, okay? Imagine a world where Islam gets just absolutely cooked by white Karens converting to it and changing it up and canceling everybody that doesn't align with them. And that's how the religion gets pushed back. Wouldn't that be funny? Anyways, I know I have a few Muslim viewers. Have fun with this. Have fun with this. Enjoy it. Enjoy it while it lasted. They will change up the Quran. Run. And I'm here for it. Run. Good luck. Good luck. Think Karen can make a change. No, they'll shut their mouth like every other woman. But it would be funny. It would be funny. But yeah, you're cooked. Good luck. Good luck. Have fun with that. Bro. This is a gold mine. Asmongold Clips is a gold mine of deranged weirdos. Also, hi Nimbus, how you doing? Hope you're doing good. Hello. Tourists beyond belief. I love them tourists. It's a literal religious tourist. Hey, I'm still for it. Let's gatekeep. Let's gatekeep, okay? Let's gatekeep religions at this point, because ain't no way. So basically, to summarize, the future of both Christianity and Islam is Karens flooding Western Islam, right? Western Muslims, and hoes converting to Christianity. That is the pipeline, chat. That is the pipeline. That is the literal pipeline. Remember that. It's the literal pipeline of what's going to happen. Isn't that peak? Isn't the future bright? Isn't it great? Isn't it wonderful? Isn't it amazing? Send her to Iran. I'm tired of these retards ruining everything. The extremists perverting religion. Now Karens are getting involved. Yeah, that's how it goes. That's how it goes. That's how it goes. That's the natural progression of things, right? That's the natural progression of what's going to happen. You're gonna get them, guys. You're gonna get them. What else could Karens invade? What else? Like being Jewish in Germany when Musterschmann was in charge. That's basically what it is. That's basically what it is. No. It's basic. What this is basically, if you summarize it, what it is it's like being Jewish and supporting the mustache man. That's basic. You are a sheep supporting the wolf. Whatever's going on, Karens, I think they done invading shit. They should invade North Korea. Bro, they're gonna save the birth rate. They use feminist rising power. I think the power stops rising. Pretty much. It's just hilarious. It's just hilarious. It just absolutely is. Alright. I'm gonna take a quick bathroom break. I'll be right back, and then I'll do Shadow Eclipse's video next. The demon, what was it? I forgot its name. So yeah, I'll be right back. I also need to feed the cats. Boys, I'm back. I've returned. Anyways, okay. Help. We're gonna look at the next one. I also still have a Please David video. We need to look at that too. Got a bunch of things. And we have a Uma Musuma video that I need to look at. But yeah, let's do this one. And we're gonna check. Demon Survivor, huh? That's the first thing we're gonna look at. I should drink more. Also, the snow is crazy going. I might actually need to end an hour early. Like, it's tall. It's like instead of tall grass, we have tall snow. Pretty much. That's a summary of what's going on outside. Jeez. Alrighty. Here we go. Devil Survivor's a masterpiece. I've never played that game. I've never played. Isn't this just SMT, as far as I'm aware? Just a different name by Niarly? Niarly? I have no idea. My bad if I mispronounced that. Never played it, so we're gonna look at what this is. Maybe something interesting I do take interest in playing. We'll see. The only thing that I remember that I played in an SMT game that was a gacha game, I think that one is actually still running, which does surprise me. However, I'm not sure. Maybe they're still running, maybe it's not. Last time I checked, it was still running. But yeah, never got really into it. We're gonna look at this.
I will never forget the story of how I got into Megami Tensei. It was during the summer of 2012 when I was at the peak of my weeboo phase in high school. One day I was browsing...
The peak of my weeboo phase. I never had a peak for that, right? I didn't really share that I watched anything anime related at all. Or anything Japan related. I never did that. I just played a lot of JRPGs though as a kiddo. That was interesting. Yeah, regardless. Also, please consider liking and subscribing. I appreciate it. We'll continue.
The PlayStation Store on my PS3 when I saw an advertisement come up for the recently added title called Persona 3 FES. Now,
I also have not played any Persona games yet. I will eventually play one, but I haven't played one yet. I believe Devil Survivor is an SMT spin-off. Ah, okay.
Now, the only time I had heard of Persona prior to this was the year before when I watched two best friends play Persona 4 on Machinima.
Yeah, it's Battlefield! Battlefield 3!
Battlefield 3 out this week!
Modern War Battles 5!
I can't wait to play the multiplayer!
At the time, I thought it looked cool, but...
I do know a lot of memes, though, because for some odd reason, you can hack max the teacher as a student, which is very interesting. Supposedly. I don't know if that's true, but apparently that's a thing. And I would probably do that. As well. I would go... And apparently there's harem routes. For the romancing part. Apparently there's harem routes. Supposedly. I'm not too deep in the knowledge, aside from, like, interesting side facts and just memes. However, the music is amazing in these games. I have to say that. What I can say about these games that is great is that music is great. And apparently the Persona 5 is takes ages to finish.
It was only on PS2, and the PS3 I had wasn't backwards compatible, so I kind of just forgot about it and went back to playing Call of Duty Black Ops. From what I remembered, it was a series that combined two of my...
I had a backwards compatible PlayStation 3. I remember that. I had the original fat one, right? The one that was really heavy and really big, had the PlayStation logo and like silvery text all over it, and just like a huge fucking chunker. I had that one.
My favorite things at the time, JRPGs and Japanese visual novels. So I immediately bought it, I played it, and I was more than hooked. Not only for...
Never got into visual novels. How dare you not play Persona? My bad, I'm sorry, cringe. My bad, I'm sorry, I never had the chance to. That's the problem. And I don't really buy that many games, especially games that I just play one time and that's it, right? Because I need to, as a broke person, I know you can't comprehend, but as a broke person, I need to keep an eye on what I buy and what I get the most value out. I'm a smart player.
For its story, art style, and dating sim elements, but also for the way it drew inspiration from mythologies throughout history. There were so many monsters to collect and battle with, all of which were based on ancient mythological gods and demons. Persona 3 was just as much of a history lesson as it was a video game. Shortly after that, I discovered the Megaten Wiki, through which I found out that Persona was only a small part of a much longer-running franchise called Megami Tensei. In addition to the Persona series, there was the mainline series, the Digital Devil Saga series, the Devil Summoner series, and many more, which all sounded really interesting, but unfortunately...
Didn't they just recently, I'm not sure, drop another... Was it a remake or a spin-off? I'm not too sure. But I thought they dropped something. It had a completely different name, but I think it was either a remake or a spin-off of some of these previous mentioned. I'm not sure though.
Unfortunately, most of these were on the PS2, which I still didn't have at the time, so I couldn't play most of them. But there was one that caught my attention. An entry for the Nintendo DS called Devil Survivor. Megami Ibanroku Devil Survivor, also known as Shin Megami Tensei Devil Survivor in English, is a turn-based strategy RPG that was released for the Nintendo DS in 2009, and then an updated version, Devil Survivor Overclocked, was released in 2011 for the Nintendo 3DS.
Interesting. Okay, well, I would be able to play that actually. Interestingly enough, for once, because I can emulate that. Interesting.
Which added better visuals, new story content, and voice acting. Once I heard about it, I checked to see if I could...
Oh god, voice acting on the DS. Oh, was it the 3DS version? 3DS version, never mind.
Buy a copy anywhere nearby, and conveniently enough, a GameStop within walking distance from my house happened to have it. So I went over there, I bought it, and once I got home and started playing...
What did he say? What did he say?
GameStop within walking distance from my house happened to have it. So I went...
The shopping experience was anything but convenient, though some kid in front of me couldn't make up his mind about his Xbox, so I stood in line for like an hour, only to find out they didn't have the cartridge. Almost had a sneeze help. So when I came back to complain, they found it on the floor behind the counter. Funny.
Went over there, I bought it, and once I got home and started playing, yet again, I was hooked. In fact, I was so hooked that I actually went out of my way to finish it before I finished Persona 3. That's right, this was my first Megaten game, but this was the first one that I completed. Devil Survivor was not only the game that cemented me into Megami Tensei as a die-hard...
The girl is already cute, I'm already sold.
...fan, but it really showed me just how a video game can be so immersive, so relatable, and so much fun at the same time.
Hold up.
But it really showed me just how a video game can be so immersive, so relatable, and so much...
Do I need to say anything? Do I need to say anything? Do I actually have to say anything? They're all extensively long. There's Persona 3 Reload, which is a remake. They're working on Persona 4 Revival, but Persona 4 Golden is the current definitive Persona 4 edition. I also know that some of the remakes have a little bit of censorship in there, and apparently they also said that for future Persona games they want to get a wider audience. I don't know if they mean fat women with that, but regardless. Which usually means that they're going down a route that all modern devs go, which is they're going to completely lose their identity and sell out the people that actually bought their games. But yeah. In the official statement, they said they wanted to reach a wider audience. I am scared for this franchise, and I haven't even played it.
Much fun at the same time. With Shin Megami Tensei 5 and Nocturne Remastered being scheduled to release soon, the franchise is bringing in more fans than ever, and while I'm seeing a lot of people talk about their favorite games, usually those being Nocturne or 4, I don't actually see people talk about Devil Survivor that much. Devil Survivor will always hold a special place in my heart, and I made this video because I want to express to you all just what makes this game such a masterpiece, and why, in my opinion, it's the best Megaten game.
Anyways, do not search SMT Mara. Maracenship is giving it a hat. I'm sorry. Now I gotta Google it. What are you on about? Now I gotta Google it. What are you on about? What the fuck? That is a penis. That is a penis. Now it's a penis with a hat, but that is a penis. I'm sorry. Yeah, if you come across this video that I'm watching right now, like, if you see my reaction, please Google SMT Mara. That is just the penis, straight up. That is just the dong. That is just a schlong. That's a dong in a wheelchair.
Development of Devil Survivor began shortly after Atlas had acquired Careersoft, who were previously known for the Langrisser and Growlancer series.
Look at Langrazor. Fun fact, I'd never played a Langrazor game. I did play the gacha though, very intensively. I'm thinking about going back, because the baddies are just bad. That's crazy.
With this going to be Careersoft's first Megaton game, they were pretty much on their own for the development of this game, because most of Atlas's veteran developers were busy with other projects like Strange Journey and Catherine. Needless to say, these new developers had extremely high expectations.
I heard interesting things about Catherine. That's all.
To live up to. Now, these people easily could have just taken the gameplay of Mainline, slapped a new setting or something on it, and then called it a day. But they instead decided to do something unique. They decided to make it a strategy RPG, which is something the franchise hadn't attempted since Rond on the Sega Saturn. This seemed like kind of an odd...
So you're essentially saying they just said, you know, fuck it, we ball. How about Fire Emblem? That is essentially what this looks like. Fuck it, we ball.
A decision at the time, but these developers had the perfect idea of how to bring Megaton back into the strategy RPG genre. Good map design? Check. Mission variety? Check. Loads of customization? Check, check, and check. It plays like what you'd expect from an SRPG, where your characters move around the map, engage in combat, etc., etc. However, each combatant is actually a team of 3 members. The one in the middle, who functions as the leader and controls the movement on the map, and 2 allies on the left and right side. For you, this means you have your human party member, who is always the leader, and your demons on the side. When you engage enemies on the map, it goes into this combat system that's kind of like a miniaturized version of the press turn combat seen in...
It's basically kind of, once again, there's like, well, you can't see your characters. You can't see their portrait, right? But that's about it, right? You see like the enemy, it's like kind of, again, you know, the usual what you're like used to from like Dragon Quest, OG Dragon Quest, and some other strategy RPGs as well, and some other turn-based games. Yeah.
Mainline. You're rewarded for exploiting the enemy's weaknesses and landing critical hits, and doing so may give you an extra turn, but your party members can only get 1 per skirmish. There are also other ways to get extra turns as well, like having an enemy hit your own resistance, and you might actually start the battle with one depending on your agility stat and who has the initiative in combat. However, you can also just as easily lose them, so be careful. Now, getting back to my point about the customization, with all the different demons, skills, and strategies you can take, there is a lot of thinking involved with this game. It is one of the most in-depth and customizable strategy RPGs I've ever played, and it's some of the most fun you can have with the genre. For one thing, you can fully customize your protagonist's stats and every character's skill set. You have a total of 7 skills.
That's kind of cool, being able to essentially... Oh, look at that. Team 1, the protagonist is locked. He can never be removed. But that's interesting. That's interesting. Okay, I guess. Yeah. And then you can just like have the character the way you want it. And obviously customize skill sets. Not bad. Not bad. Pretty cool.
Slots for each character. 3 for command skills, 3 for passive skills, and 1 auto skill, which are exclusive to humans and always activate at the beginning of battle. The same is true with your demons, but instead of auto skills, they have what are called race skills. These are skills that every demon of a certain race always has, and they can actually make or break a team. Want to be able to hit the enemies from further away while sacrificing your extra turns? Use a dragon or a vial. Want to be able to move through obstacles on the map? Try putting a Genma or an Avion in your party. Want to be able to move around the map really fast? Try using a Wilder. You can also combine these with your own skills and other race skills to make for some effective and even debatably overpowered combinations.
So you can become the ultimate racist. Anyways.
For example, if you run a Kishin with a beast, you can attack, move to another enemy, attack again, and then move away again. Or if you run a deity while having Blitzkrieg as your auto skill, your party will have
Blitzkrieg, huh? This game has the Polish people shivering.
Have an almost double increase in magic damage, and if you combine it with both the elemental boosters, that increase will go up to more than triple. But it's not all easy. You can't just pass the best skills onto every character. For human characters, skills have stat requirements, so don't think you can just go dumping all of your stats into magic, teach them the best offensive skills, and then steamroll your way through the game. You have to meet the minimum requirements before you can set the skills onto your character. And for demons, you can't get rid of their innate skills when fusing them. Other than that, there's really not much to say. It's got
Interesting. So, can you go overpowered or not? That's the important question here. Did a viral dance on TikTok. It's Kit Wilson theme. WWE British wrestler sounds like Disney comedy show song. It's a bang. I'm dancing. Interesting. I have no idea.
Pretty much everything you would expect from a Megaten game, like the monster.
That's already on the way to the cock. I did not read this as Dirahan. I can tell you this much. I did not read it as that. You know what I read, bro. I read diarrhea. Crazy name. Bro, that one was got me.
Expect from a Megaten game, like the monsters, the moves, the fusion. And even though it is different in many ways, most of the iconic elements from Megaten are still here in some way or another, and it's all done very intuitively. I mean, heck, it even borrows some elements from Persona, like time management. Yeah, you only have a limited amount of time to do stuff. You use your free time to do things like getting to know characters better and learning about the lore of the game, which can also open up some...
Does it still have the dating sim part? Right? I know the S game spin-off. We need to cut stuff down, right? Also, do the fights have a time limit? That would scare me, right? I already hate that in Falspawn Kingdom. There's time limits. Really frustrating.
Side quest. But I put free in quotes because if you make poor use of your time, it could lead to the death of a character or getting locked out of one of the endings that you want. You know, despite being basically a visual novel outside of combat, there really is a lot going on and a lot to do. Characters have different interactions depending on your previous choices, and every time I go back to this game, I always find myself learning something that I didn't know before. It really makes this world feel alive, even if you can't actually explore it for yourself. But with Devil Survivor, Careersoft not only proved that they were capable of making a Megaten game that was on par with the others, they proved that they were actually better than the other developers in many ways. For one thing, Devil Survivor was the first game in the franchise that included the fusion search function, where rather than selecting random demons from your list...
Okay, so let me get this straight. I'm assuming that, right? Unique probably means that you can't use them for fusion, right? Like, it's a one-time thing, I'm assuming. So you can essentially just capture monsters? How does that work? Or demons, or whatever you want to call them. And then you just can fuse them together and get a different one. Is that what it is? I think that's what it is, right? Maybe I'm wrong, but this is what it appears to be the case.
And hoping to get a result you want, it just shows you what demons are available and what you'll need to fuse them. You can also hand-pick the skills you want to transfer via fusion rather than constantly re-rolling just to get the skills that you want. And then there's things that still aren't commonplace in the franchise, like the Devil Auction, where you can just buy demons instead of recruiting them, and also...
That's kind of cool. That's kind of very cool. Okay, Zoom noted. Demon... demon trafficking.
So the ability to have more than one of the same demon. Want to beat the game with a team of nothing but pixies? Knock yourself out. Oh, and get this. You can actually save in the middle of battle. That's right. Are you in the...
Ooh, that's cool. I really hate that when you can't do that in many strategy RPGs, right? Even some modern ones don't have that, where you can just like save in the middle of like getting your ass beat, right? I hate that I have to, right? Because the missions take really long for False-Bound Kingdom, that I have to essentially put a save set up, because otherwise I would be sitting here much longer, right? Some of those missions take like literally an hour. It's crazy.
Middle of an intense battle, but your DS is about to die and you left your charger at home? No problem. Just suspend your game and pick it up later. If you want, you can even use this as an extra save slot, pretty much. Devil Survivor really does spoil its players with all these features and gameplay elements. And that's the best way to describe Devil Survivor. It's got a great SRPG flavor with all that modern Megaten goodness on top of it, sprinkled with quality of life features. And considering that this game still holds up incredibly well despite being over a decade old, that's really saying a lot. But that's enough about the gameplay. Let's move on to the presentation. Now, Devil Survivor may not be the most graphically impressive game on the DS and is even...
We love you, you're pissing me off, funny. Interesting, okay. This might actually be a game I might actually play. This might actually, because it's like an easily accessible game, right? I just need to emulate it, that's fine. Right? This would be a way to do this. Most certainly. Interesting. This could be a game I could be getting into it. Right? It has the monster taming aspect. And then a little bit of, like, Fire Emblem flair. I don't see any issue.
Less so with Overclocked on the 3DS. But it more than makes up for this in the other departments. Like with the music, for example. As many of you know, pretty much every Megaten game has its own unique theme for its soundtrack. For example, you have Persona 3, which was rap, Strange Journey, which was orchestra, and then Devil Survivor, which is hard rock. While Devil Survivor may not have the most variety with its soundtracks, in fact, not including the 2 new soundtracks that were added in Overclocked, there are only 26 different soundtracks in the entire game. But
the music makes me even more interested. Because I like rock and metal and all that stuff. Let's go.
They're all so good and they fit with the game so well, I'm okay with that. Seriously, just listen to this battle theme and tell me you don't want to go beat the crap out of some demons.
That is good soundtrack. By the way, for the DS. Really interesting for the DS.
Then you have the intimidating boss music.
Right? Because remember, the DS's sound capabilities weren't that great. I think Pokemon Black and White 2 really pushed with the intro, right? With the title screen theme. Really pushed the DS to its limits. But this might be as well up there. Interesting. Yep, the soundtrack is good. Can't complain. Yep. I might actually play this specifically because of the soundtrack. My main experience with SMT has been with SMT3 Nocturne, SMT5, and the Persona series, and each capture mechanic varies from game to game. SMT5 brought the P games back to traditional SMT, where you have to convince the demons to join you, instead of card shuffle from Persona 3 and Persona 4. Ah, okay, interesting. We examined seconds of track for education value. Please do not strike us. Well, it's from a game, so that usually doesn't happen, right? If it's from like, okay, it may depend. It may depend. Like, if you like have like the openings of like some Tales games or some other anime games, you might get quite fucked, but I think here that's fine. Usually you're safe if no lyrics are involved.
And then there's the ambient overworld theme. And of course, the insanely epic music that plays at the very beginning of the game.
This might be worth playing alone for the soundtrack. I'm convinced, I think. This will be one I'm definitely I might touch. Pause. And Yuzu also looks very convincing. That's all I'm gonna say.
And a personal favorite of mine, the calming guitar music that plays at the end of every day.
Yeah, the music in this game is good. Hi, Eliza. How you doing? Hope you're doing good. Hello. Hi. Yeah. The music in this game is really good, for sure.
They even seem to have taken inspiration from Nocturne by including a song with barely intelligible English lyrics.
I like that when soundtrack adds just like barely intelligible lyrics, or just like straight up just like the usual Latin. I like that. Well, you look cool. Thank you. I did a few changes. You pet kitty. That is still better than SMT Mara. Don't Google that.
soundtrack for this game was composed by the late Takami Asano, and this is the only Megaten game he ever composed the music.
Bro was cooking for real. Bro was definitely cooking, 100%. Bro out here was... Bro knows his work. Definitely.
Music for. I actually did a bit of research and found out that he didn't compose music for that many video games, but he did play in a rock band called Go Daigo, and it's been going since 1975. That's pretty cool. But getting back on topic, there's also the art, which is probably the most controversial aspect of this game. The art for this game is done by Suzuhito Yasuda, who is most famous for his work on the light novels Durarara and Is It Wrong to Try to Pick Up...
I know what this man is doing. I know what you are.
Girls in a Dungeon, which actually...
Like I said, I know what you are. I mean, those are two convincing arguments, are they not?
Explains a lot. Well, despite the ridiculousness of some of the designs, I actually do really like the artwork he did here. The characters' faces, the haircuts, their clothing, and their expressions, it's all really cool, and their portraits do a great job of conveying the characters' emotions. Even though I do completely understand why the art may not be everyone's cup of tea. Another controversial aspect of this game, more specifically with Overclocked, is the voice acting, but to be honest, I don't have a problem with this either. As someone who played the original before playing Overclocked, I don't think I could have asked for a better English cast. If you ask me, the characters' voices fit them excellently. They all do an outstanding job of representing their characters and their emotions. It's made up of many cast members that had done work on other Megaten games before and would go on to do many fan-favorite roles, like Karen Strassman, Jameson Prince, Aaron Fitzgerald.
Karen? Sorry, my bad. Interesting. But I usually don't trust English voice acting anymore because a lot of those English voice actors, general, that are in this industry are just odd weirdos. They're just really weird. They're just weird. Straight up.
Laura Bailey, and well, you can't expect every voice cast to be perfect, but for the most part, the voice casting is great, even if there are some horrendous voice actors.
Cannot be as bad as the friggin' Frau Blooms with Dignity, the English dub. Could have not picked the worst voice actor for Waguri, anyways.
Acting lines.
This cannot be!
But thankfully, these are few and far between. And then there's just those cool little details that we don't really talk much about, but add more charm to the game than you'd think. And in Devil's...
you get emails. Don't remind me of college. Ew. The Atlas Studio team is usually on point with their soundtracks for each game and the vibe they're going for. I personally find was to be the best studio out of Japan to turn-based RPGs. Well, after the amazing fall of what seems to be Final Fantasy, yeah, that seems to be the case. Then again, I'm really scared of what they meant with wider audience. In general, I'm just scared of what that means. Because if they give in to this modern shit of, like, we're gonna censor the shit out of everything, we're gonna turn down the themes that might be controversial in the Western side of things, I'm just concerned. Right? I loved Final Fantasy. I do no longer Sin 7 remake. I'm so done with this. Level 5 is another great studio. They made the Ni no Kuni games. I have played the MMO Ni no Kuni for mobile that has had NFT stuff in it. Really odd.
Survivor, that's the UI. Devil Survivor came out in 2009, back when smartphones were new, expensive, and not owned by most people. Devil Survivor's UI is made to resemble what you'd see in an old late 2000s cell phone, complete with the choppy animations and sound effects. And I love it. Playing this game in the 2020s really is a blast from the past. But I'm getting a little carried away now. Let's move on to the story. The premise of the story is that you and your friends arrange a meetup in Tokyo where you're given encrypted Nintendo DS's, or as they're called in the game, communication players, or
communication players, also known as a Nintendo DS. Well, it's not really a Nintendo DS now, right? Right? Because, there seems to be... Right, there's a D-pad, this is like the regular buttons, and then it seems we have to have a stick. So this is technically a 3DS, not a DS, technically. Have you tried the Dragon Quest VII demo? No, I have not.
Comps for short. Your friend cracks the code, it summons demons, you fight the demons and form the contract, making you and your friends demon tamers. The next morning you wake up and find out that everything within the Yamanote line is locked down. Demons are running amok and wreaking havoc, and you're trapped inside, beginning your 7-day struggle for survival in the lockdown against the demons. From the beginning to the end of the game, you see the situation go from, this isn't so bad, we'll just wait it out, to, oh no, we're not getting out of here, and we're probably gonna die. And man, is it brutal. Going back to my whole point about immersion, what Devil...
Another big titty woman. And a bald man. A baldy.
What Survivor really excels in is how it's able to realistically depict a situation progressively getting worse and worse, and how it affects human behavior. Not just with the NPCs, but the same thing will happen to your friends as well. And this game doesn't try to dumb it down either. It may not be full of cursing and blood and gore like a lot of games seem to think is necessary, but this game does not shy away from making you feel uncomfortable.
Lockdown, huh? POV, how people perceive the lockdown. Demons.
You will see people fight, you will see people die, and you will see just what a situation like this does to people's humanity. In fact, most of your fighting is actually not against the demons, it's mostly against other humans. Not just crooks and criminal demon tamers, you fight against commuters, demon worshippers, police, and even the military. It becomes less about trying to wait it out or find a solution, and more just them resorting to whatever may increase their chances of survival.
Damn. Literally fighting police. We're beating up law enforcement. Let's hope that we do not end up like this one woman recently.
Survival. And it gets worse the further into the game you get, especially when it becomes apparent what's going to happen at the end. Everyone in the lockdown has a different idea of what should and shouldn't be done to survive. And while you're stuck in the middle of it all, struggling to stay alive, you'll meet all kinds of people and dig up and piece together information about the lockdown, like the reason for why it happened, who is behind it pulling the strings, and how it all ties into a conflict that's been raging since biblical times that you've inadvertently dragged yourself into. You also have plenty of side stories like a gangster investigating the murder of his brother, a journalist trying to uncover a deadly government conspiracy, a single father trying to take care of his sick and weak son, a bullied high school student driven mad after his friend is threatened, and many more. You even have the characters talking about how before the lockdown they thought they had nothing, but after being trapped in the lockdown with no electricity,
they have the well, there may not be a lockdown in Berlin, but there's 50,000 households without electricity. Same energy, right? Fun fact. That is happening currently. The Ice Woman. Yeah, that one. That one, yeah, that one. Tragic, but self-inflicted.
Electricity or outside communication for a few days, began to realize just how spoiled they were. It really makes you think about how much we, as people in the modern age, over-rely on technology. There's lots of other political and social commentary brought up too, like the question of whether or not religion is ultimately a good thing, the consequences of being easily and anonymously able to spread.
Are they just talking about the Tower of Babel? Hold up.
Rely on technology. There's lots of other political.
Yeah, do you know the story of the Tower of Babel in the Old Testament? Christianity mentioned.
And social commentary brought up too, like the question of whether or not religion is ultimately a good thing, the consequences of being easily and anonymously able to spread information through the internet, and how people like to jump to conclusions and assume the worst of a situation, which in turn makes it even worse. Oh, and let's talk some more about the characters. Some of the most relatable, well-developed characters in the franchise. These characters do more than just...
Do you consider Yuzu, quote-unquote, well-developed? Just saying, because she looks well-developed. Tragic, nah. Darwinism, yeah. As well, yeah, for sure. Yeah, that was interesting to look at, like, the police footage. Christianity, poker, Judaism, but the Old Testament is still part of Christianity, so it's still Christianity. Ha! I'm still right. It's both.
Serve as your allies. These are characters with realistic personalities and realistic backstories that you can get behind. For example, there's the dynamic between the three main characters, Yu, Atsuro, and Yuzu, where you're all childhood friends who, despite having some differences, get along really well, and throughout the lockdown, by sticking together and helping each other survive, you're all able to keep your sanity and grow closer to one another, while learning more about each other and why you think the way you do. This is also true for two more of my favorite characters, Jin and Haru, who, because they both had very troubled pasts, see each other as their true family, with Jin taking the responsibility to protect his friends and family during the lockdown. And these are just a few examples. Going over every character in the game in detail would take way too long, but this is honestly one of the few works of fiction where I can say there isn't a single character that I think is bad or poorly written. Even characters that the fandom seems to unanimously hate, I just can't help but like them. I mean, heck, even the non-playable side characters are really well developed. In fact, another one of my favorite characters is the one I mentioned earlier when I was talking about side stories, and that is Yasuyuki Honda. He's a widower struggling to take care of his son to the point where he's carrying out illegal operations for companies to make ends meet. During the lockdown, his son is having surgery, and he's becoming more and more desperate for a way out because he feels that he needs to be by his son's side for it, to the point where it's driving him insane. You know, for a game that's all about magic and demons and teenage...
I need to go to my son. I have to see my son. Papa in emergency state. That is what it is. Of Babel, Pride Jesus, so no, not that it's real, but still chronologically. But you still, if you're a Christian, need to read the Old Testament, whether you like it or not. So it's still part of it, whether you like it or not. Like I said, it's both.
Saving the world. This game has a lot of real Now, with all this stuff crammed into a single 20 to 30 hour game, it may seem like an incomprehensible...
Damn! Metatron mentioned. Interesting. Where's I'm not Muppet enough to play this, I guess.
Mess of nonsense. But it's not. All of this lore and these little side stories tie into the main story in a way that makes sense. And while most of them aren't necessary, it's recommended that you do them because it helps you learn more about the world, and it really shows how messed up of a situation this game puts you in. And that's what makes this game's world so immersive. As you play this game, things may look bleak, they may look hopeless, but there's always that faint glimmer of hope that you keep trying to find, and that's your motivation to not give up. It all comes together at the end of the second to last day, where you're given the choice of who to side with. Will you side with God and become the Messiah? Will you become the Demon King and lead the war against God? Will you hijack the source of the demons and tell them to f*** off? Or will you try to bust out of the lockdown to save your own life? It's up to you to use the information you've learned throughout this game.
Does that mean we have 3 endings? Do we have a essentially Lucifer route? Do we have a joining God, or do we have a do we have a joining God, or do we have a running away ending? Interesting.
To make a decision. All the characters you've talked to, all the information you've uncovered, it is all done in preparation for this one moment at the end where you choose a path to take. And the best thing about it is that there's no objectively best ending or true ending or any of that nonsense. Every ending has its fair share of positives and negatives. Whichever one is best is purely up to the player. And let me tell you, regardless of which ending you take, this last day is one of the most intense moments.
Another baddie, jeez.
It's in any video game. You know that the world is on the brink of destruction, and if you make one mistake, it's over. The amount of excitement you feel at the end of the game as you race against the countdown with all the friends you've made by your side, while you accomplish everything you've been preparing for this entire game. The adrenaline rush that you get as you fight your way through the bosses, the amount of power you feel as you beat them. It is one of the most satisfying
Interesting. That insect looks like. Wait, let me. Looks like from Mothra vs. Godzilla, the Heisei one. With essentially Mothra's sister, if you want to call her that. That's what this bug looks like. See the cast of live action Tangled movie. Both of them never experienced Hollywood yet. That's fine. That's peak.
Things ever. Not just because of the gameplay, but because you're doing it for a cause. You're fighting for the world that you care about, with characters that you care about. And now, it's finally come to an end. And if there's anything it leaves you feeling, other than satisfaction, it's the desire to experience this game more.
They blackwashed Jack Frost! He's now Black Frost! He hulking. At least not she hulking. Anyways.
Before I wrap things up, I want to briefly talk about Devil Survivor 2, because I don't know if I'm ever going to get around to doing a video about it, and I'm sure some of you are wondering what I think of it. Devil Survivor 2 was a unique take on the Megami Tensei franchise. The gameplay was pretty much identical to the first game, but it takes place in a completely different timeline, and aside from a few Easter eggs here and there, it has no connection with the original. The story is that humanity is—
The boobs also seem to get bigger and bigger and bigger. But no continuation, okay. Why is it a 2 then? Why is it always a 2?
Past its expiration date, so these godlike aliens called Septentrion start invading, and it's up to the main cast to use the demon summoning program to stop it. It sounds great in concept, but in execution, not so much. For one thing, Devil Survivor 2's cast is very hit or miss, and contrary to what TikTok cosplayers will tell you, they do miss. Quite a lot, actually. There are a few characters that I love, but the majority of them are either poorly written, cliched to a painful degree, or just downright awful. And while the story does bring up a lot of interesting philosophies and has some great endings, it failed to hook me the same way the first game did, which might be because the plot doesn't really take off until halfway into the game. And even when it does, I can't help but notice that it's eerily similar to another piece of Japanese media I've seen. Of course, it's not a bad game, though. The gameplay and music are great, and as I just said, the story isn't very good, but it does have a self-aware B-move.
This lady could just straight up be out of dust, brown dust too. Jeez. Yep. Another baddie. Yep. But I don't know if I will be continue to play Brown Dust 2, because apparently they're censoring the game to get it onto Steam, which I really, really hate. I definitely have to end an hour early. The streets are full, jeez.
Style to it as well, and some pretty hilarious dialogue to go with it. Overall, Devil Survivor 2 was a decent entry in the Megami Tensei franchise, but not a worthy successor to the masterpiece that was Devil Survivor 1, if you ask me. Devil Survivor is one of those games that just gets everything right. It excels in everything it does. It has a story and world that are interesting, with characters that you care about. It has excellent music, good artwork, with gameplay that's fun, customizable, replayable, and it's all soaked in quality of life features and other things to do. It all comes together to make what is one of the most satisfying and memorable experiences in any video game ever. It's been more than 8 years since I played this game for the first time, and I still remember everything about my first playthrough. How I struggled with the Wendigo fight, how I saved life, how bad I felt when I accidentally let die, how sympathetic—
Interesting. The street full of what? Snow. It is snow. So much snow. It's still snowing. It isn't stopping.
I was when Atsuro told me his backstory, how I dug up the government's hidden conspiracy, how I stayed up till 3 a.m. marathoning the game on the final day, and how awesome it felt when I fought the final boss with Demon of Darkness playing in the background. Every time I go back to this game, after no matter how many times I do, I just find myself getting sucked right back into it, and I can't put it down. Never before, or even after, has a game had me so invested in its world and attached to its...
That's me and Xenoblade. Same energy. That's me and Xenoblade. That's why I can just replay it over and over again, and I don't have any trouble with it. But I can just replay it over and over without getting tired.
Characters. It's almost like I feel I'm there for the short time it takes me to play it, and it just leaves me wanting more. I don't know if we'll ever be getting a Devil Survivor 3, but even if we don't, I'm glad that this game exists, and I'm glad I got to be alive during a time when this game was relevant. And, you know, even if we do get a Devil Survivor 3, it's going to be hard to live up to, let alone surpass the bar set by the first game. Devil Survivor not only got me into Megami Tensei, a franchise that has so many of my other favorite games, but it helped teach me that a video game can be more than just a fun little way to waste a few hours after school or work. They can have interesting and thought-provoking stories. They can make you reconsider your own beliefs. And they can have characters that you can connect with on a personal level. And this isn't even some high-profile, big-budget cinematic kind of game. This game was on the Nintendo DS, the same portable console with a 3-inch screen that I bought for Pokemon Diamond version and Kirby Squeak Squad. When I think
Kirby Squeak Squad, what a name.
of this game, I think of all the great experiences I've had with this franchise, all the things I've learned from it, and how it's all because I decided to buy this game on a whim for $15 after playing Persona 3. And that is why Megami Ibanroku Devil Survivor is not only my favorite...
Oh, an odd man. Like the new outfit? Thank you, Bryson. How you doing? Hope you're doing good. Hello.
Megaton game. Not only my favorite DS game, but my favorite game of all time.
Why does bro have a cable that's that long? Into another 12-hour stream for Iran. Love you guys. See you tomorrow. Take care, cricket. Have fun. All right. That is pretty much the video. Very interesting. This might genuinely a game that I might actually have to pick up to play. This is genuinely a game that I think might be interesting. And then might as well play the sequel. The question is, do I play the DS version? Or apparently the 3DS version. That is the question, but this might genuinely be a game I would pick up to play. Problem is just I have too many games to play, right? I still want to play the King Kong game. It's just it's just rough. It's just rough. On how to do that. I don't know. I still want to play that King Kong game first before I play anything else, right? That would be a next game. Anyways, like, comment, and subscribe. Do you know any small creators that do video essays? Not really, no. At least not by name. Not really. Not really. I've even recently watched any video essays in general. I'm super into anime right now. It's crazy. To Mortan, or have I just forgotten what? Yeah, it's Mortan. It's more accurate to my actual skin color. I'm race swapped. Anyways, yeah, pretty much. I've toned down the white wall a little bit. I've been in the sun too much. Alright. Of course, I need to look at some more drama. We need to look at some more drama. Who noticed? I also have different outfits, right? We need a little bit of drama. Of course, it's Kick, which is gonna be horrible. I have a few other outfits as well, right? New ones, right? Right, I have like this one now, but it's red instead of blue, right? I have like this one is a little more chill. Oh no, but it looks giga nerdy. And then I have this one still, but now it's yellow. I have this one. I've had this one before, and I have a black version too. But yeah, pretty much. There's more. I can't get more. I can in fact get more. There's more out there. That's fine. Anyways, we've got something who notices a slight tan like that. Wild. Well, maybe she has good eyes, right? Maybe she has good eyes. Maybe. The red looks vampire vibes. Yeah. And the white one is actually more so wedding themed than anything else. At least that's what the artist had. Anyways, we've got some drama. Well, not really drama, but we got retarded streamers, which is even better. That is even better. There's like some other as well. Like there's even a kimono one. I pay attention, sorry. There's even a kimono one and stuff. There's also some that just don't work because my character height is just too small, right? But there's that. Anyways, we'll look at this. Cloud chasing streamer impersonates police. It didn't end well. By ref. We're gonna look at this. I always love when nuisance streamers get their ass beat. That is I'm a nuisance streamer ass beating connoisseur, if you would call me that. I'm very much a connoisseur. So obviously we're gonna look at that and see what has happened to this lady on Kick, of course, because we all know that the best stuff happens on Kick. We know that. Also, please consider liking and subscribing. I appreciate it. We'll jump in. Our short king. I'll take it. I'll take it. The short king that gets like cheated on twice. If I had a nickel for getting cheated on, I'd have 2 nickels, which isn't a lot, but it's weird that it happened twice.
Hey, what's up, guys? Riff here. So today I have an absolute banger for you guys to enjoy.
God, I can already tell that this will be a banger. Look at her face here, by the way.
Another round of people effing around and finding out. This time, once again, featuring a nuisance streamer on what platform, you ask? Kick.
See, we've always just had male nuisance streamers, so I'm happy that we're now getting some female representation, right? We're getting some equality here, some you know, feminist representation here. So let's go. Right? We're always pro-diversity.
Of course. So this individual named Life is Mizzy is going viral right now for all the wrong reasons. She thought it'd be a great idea alongside her weak-kneed simp cameraman to dress up like a police officer and then go to the streets of California and start harassing people and even impersonating police functions like giving out tickets to people. Yeah, it turns out that's a terrible idea, and one of the people they were harassing would eventually
Perfect. Should hire her for another. She's already in California. Should hire her for OC California new season. Anyways, okay, Dovenschmerz, how dare you? How dare you? How dare you? Don't insult me. Actually, it's not insulting. First of all, bro has a pretty good daughter, right? Turned out pretty well. And he's smart. So yeah. Also, you live in the UK. You live in hell in hell on earth.
Confront them. And the confrontation is beyond hilarious. They both instantly fold, and it's probably one of the most valid crash outs I've seen in a minute. And you can see her account here, and I ask myself all the time with people like this, is it truly worth it? is all the confrontation and the drama and the self-deprecation and all of this, is it worth getting 4.5K views on probably your most viral stream ever? No, it just simply cannot be worth it.
Listen, okay? Listen. Okay? She probably has an OnlyFans. I'm gonna be honest here. Right, I'm gonna be honest here. There's an OnlyFans. Somewhere there. You quoted him with the 2 nickel thing. True. Which means this is a 2 nickel thing. Guy, yeah. And Goku's the Zenny dude. If I had a Zenny each time I've heard that.
But do you know what is worth it, ladies and gentlemen? The return of my official Advanced Jar Jolly Pop. That's right, it is a flavor that is profiled after a blue Jolly Rancher type flavor. Very good stuff. You guys loved it when it came out a few months ago, but it's back now as a bit of a thank you for you guys absolutely crushing it with the Christmas campaign I did just a couple of weeks ago. So we brought it back, and to make it even more sweet, if you use code REV25 in the next 48 hours, you'll get 25% off this jar or anything you purchase on Advanced website. So I will put a link.
Just don't put anything into the jar. Streamer has how to become viral, commit felonies. Here's the thing, okay? Which is, again, it's really interesting, okay? It seems to not work, and they're still doing it. That's the funny thing. It seems to not work, and they're still doing it. Like, it's like the how often do we have to teach you this lesson, old man? It's crazy. Every single time. You know what's also very interesting? She probably still has an OnlyFans. 100%. I guarantee you that. I also wanted to say something else, but now I forgot it. Yes. You know how to also do it, apparently? So there's a VTuber out there who essentially lied about her age and distributed essentially nudes of her, right? When she was 17. That's how you get famous, by the way, apparently, nowadays. It's incredibly... So essentially, she distributed CP. Deleted all her accounts, right? After making that confession, graduated. It is very interesting. Apparently, people out here confessing their crimes or filming them.
Link to this in the pinned comment, and make sure you use code REV25. Here's some of the information. It is an energy flavor jar. It will give you an energy boost that, unlike its alternatives, will not leave you with some crash or jitters that those typically make you experience. It's great stuff, as always. Thanks to Advance for, once again, putting out great products. I know you guys love it, so if you haven't tried it already, give it a shot. So, let's get into the clip for today. So you can see right here, this is our main protagonist. Life is Mizzy. And this guy right here is going to be, well, the guy who confronts her and her cameraman eventually. Like I said, there's a cameraman. I don't know what his function is. He's just an obnoxious, weak-kneed simp. He'll get confronted too. So she is walking down the streets of California. I can tell because of the boulevard here. And let's see how it goes.
Excuse me?
I'm gonna straight up say this. Is police even allowed to dress this way? She's abusing Sylvie on here. How dare you? Is police even allowed to do that? Like, to dress this way? I'm just asking. Is that a thing? I don't know if that's a thing, but I feel like that's not a thing. So wouldn't you be obviously able to tell that? But then again, I don't know. Someone's responsible because anyone who got the photos can FaceTime, even if they didn't know. Yeah. It's interesting how, right? I think, like, if I ever did that as a kid, I would have probably, as a teenager, I would have probably taken that to the grave. In Cali, they probably can. Yeah, otherwise, I'm assuming yes. Otherwise, this wouldn't be convincing, right? That's what I'm assuming. When's your gamer subs or advanced flavor coming out? Who knows? In 10 years, maybe. I don't know. I don't even have like a business email or anything. So even if I wanted sponsors, could get sponsorships, which I probably could, that wouldn't work. Because they can't contact me anywhere.
I had to administer you a ticket. It's for,
Good. Have a nice day.
for not having your shoes.
Just leave people alone. Just literally leave people alone. Like, imagine coming home from a long shift and you're just trying to go home. You're just trying to go home and you have this obnoxious...
And this imbecile just comes up to you, pranks you on getting a ticket. I hate these people. I hate these people. No, they're not as patrol officers. They are allowed to wear business clothes because they're investigating rather than patrolling. Okay, I guess. Okay. Interesting. Very interesting. Oh wait, I got a tea from Slime Mama. And this seems to be something citrus, but it tastes like expired medicine. Whatever she's been cooking recently, this ain't it. You have X, don't you? They could DM you for sponsors, probably. But like my reach on X is so like small, it doesn't matter. I don't even have 300 followers. Doesn't matter.
Clout goblin shoving a camera in your face and trying to give you a fake ticket for content. It's so annoying. This is why nuisance streamers deserve absolutely nothing. Now, what is she giving him a ticket for? I mean, like bro made it very clear he doesn't want anything to do with this. Like, get the cameras out of my face. But she continues on with her absolute knee-slapping comedy routine.
Okay. I don't like to be in camera.
Did you hear that? She gave him a ticket for having his shoes untied. Wow. That's some amazing humor right there.
This gotta be, yeah, nobody would genuinely believe this. Yeah, I wouldn't believe this, to be fair. I think most people probably wouldn't believe this. Right? Most people wouldn't believe this. Thankfully. Because, geez, why are we doing this?
She has the classic set of humor here where her only humor is annoying men. Yeah, it's just amazing stuff. I can't believe she's not like Streamer of the Year. So in case you didn't hear that, in the background, the guy they confronted said, "Next time I'll spit on you." Which, you know what? This guy's angry.
Understandable. I understand it. I understand it, yeah. If your flavor isn't VTuber boy bath water, you're not a true memer. Right? They had VTuber anime girl thigh as like a taste. Maybe anime boy thighs would be. Whatever. Anime gamer, anime boy sweat. I don't know.
And we'll find out he's having a real bad day. You know what? He's crashing out. And I think most people watching this can probably understand. Because, spoiler alert, this is not the first time they annoyed him. In fact, this is the second time they've tried to force him on camera with this stupid bit.
He said, next time I'm gonna spit on your stupid ass? Is that what he said?
Yep.
Yeah.
That's crazy.
Yeah, like, what did you expect? What did you expect? Also, did he just really say that this is the second time this guy has encountered this fucker?
Just say, I don't want to be on camera. Why do you have to threaten to spit on me?
Well,
I would have spit on her. Flavor should be something about slime, yeah.
Did say, don't put me on camera. But honestly, you're not the one who's allowed to sit here and act like, oh, people are being so unreasonable to me. You are the unreasonable one. You are the one annoying people. You are the one injecting yourself into people's lives. You're basically saying, these people walking down the street, yeah, by being in public, they consent to my obnoxious routine and being put on camera in a time they don't want to be. Nobody wants to be a part of this crap. This is not even like some popular streamer everyone loves or wants to be on. There's not even clout to be gained here. This is just a massive inconvenience for absolutely...
Again, we are in a streamer meta where people are actively attempting to commit crimes on stream for clout. It is so weird. You want to see what it actually gets you to do this and to try to attempt to get clout through committing crimes? It gets you jail time. Look at Johnny Somali. Look at Vitali. That man, we haven't heard from this man. He is still in the Philippines, in jail. Fancy that. They made this guy so miserable, he converted to Christianity. For $5 a month, you probably can spit on her ass, probably. I tried Googling, but I didn't find anything. But that's apparently also because her name also apparently is a TV show. Maybe she did it on purpose. But you can probably go into her Instagram, I'm assuming.
No gain other than this woman right here.
God, people have no fucking humor, bro.
Just to make a point.
People have no humor. Your entire shtick is handing out fake tickets and then doing it because people aren't tying their shoes. Like, wow. Can't believe... I mean, this is some Amy Schumer level of humor right here. This is top notch. Get her...
I'm sorry. I have a few women watching me, about 20%. Girls, you're not beating the allegations of not being funny. I'm sorry. I'm sorry, you're not beating the allegations.
A comedy deal right now. This woman is hilarious.
What?
People like a double.
She's so funny. Put her in like an older Adam Sandler movie, because those were really bad, by the way, if you didn't know.
Down just to make a point.
No, he could have just like said that on camera.
Oh.
If you're gonna say something like that, say it on camera, you know? So
I thought
camera
you'd
can hear.
appreciate that I read the room and kept walking.
Well, she's about to find out in a second. We're about to see one of the greatest clips, or portions of a clip I've seen in quite some time. But you can see the stupid, smug face she has right here. Also, it might be hard to see on your end. What do we got here? A
septum piercing theory. There it is again. There it is again. The septum piercing strikes again. There it is. We're never getting rid of this. You're never getting rid of this.
Septum piercing. Ah! Should have known. Should have known, ladies and gentlemen. You see one of these shrapnels in someone's face, you know you're about to be in for a bad day. Whether they're going to annoy you or lecture you or virtue signal, something's going to happen that you're not going to like. So this is a warning sign. Do men even like this? Anyone, fellas, do you like this? Do you think this is an attractive look? It is literally a warning sign at this point. Every single time I'm watching...
It is an absolute warning sign. And again, I'm gonna quote Caleb Hammer here again. We're not listening to people that look like her anymore. We don't listen to people that look like you anymore. We don't. Your time is over. It's that simple. Your time is over. Which is a bad representation of the comedy world, okay? There are some very funny women, I must admit. Vitalis' case brightens my day seeing his face during his mugshot versus him during his trial. It's like he deflated since he didn't have his roids. Yeah, and suddenly he starts crying and you know, Christ is my savior and you know.
Watching someone being annoying or some, like, you know, complete woke scold crashing out on TikTok or something, every single time they have a septum piercing. It's almost 100%.
I think the worst case of septum piercing I have seen was a black lady talking about how men have convinced women that they don't have to work for anything anymore to have, like, families and children. That is the worst thing I've seen so far. This is the worst case of septum piercing. You know, sometimes when I see stuff like that, and I say, like, I see, like, for example, like, women talk about, like, the great scam of, like, you know, all the women, like, a woman saying, an ugly woman, by the way, with a septum piercing saying, all women should be with the attractive men, while the ugly men were supposed to be like cannon fodder. And I'm like, sometimes it's not just how you say how you say it and what you say, but also who's saying it. I've noticed that. Who's saying it? Just a little side quest on the lands of delusional septum piercing wearers.
But anyways, she's basically saying, or the cameraman saying, you know, we read the room and we walked away. You read the room? The room doesn't want you there at all. So the only person reading the room is the person really reacting to you. You're forcing this upon them. You're annoying.
They shouldn't read the room. They should go back to their room. That would be very useful.
And now, sit back and enjoy.
But no, he wanted to add to it. Oh well.
I know we left. It's not like we put up a fight. It's not like we had a problem. You know what I mean? Like okay, heard.
Oh, there's didn't put anything in the hood this time.
Yeah, I think I learned my lesson from that one.
Hey, check it out.
Clip of the.
Hey, check it out. And she just jumps. Again, I need to see that.
Okay, heard.
Oh, there's didn't put anything in the hood this time.
Yeah, I think I learned my lesson from that one.
Hey, check it out.
I'm scared. Great.
Clip of the year, ladies and gentlemen. I think her whole worldview just changed in one half a frame. He pulls up on his bike, and she immediately screams in fear and darts away. First of all,
based man, first of all. Based man. Yeah, deserved. Deserved. Absolutely, 100%. Again, I would have spit on her, actually. Maybe, maybe not. Probably. I've been seeing women doing videos of them taking out their septum rings and realizing they're more attractive without them. The world is healing slowly. True. I've seen those too. And people like literally just spamming in the reply section that they look so much better. And it's true, they do look so much better. They do. It's really interesting, right? There's a lot of... to be fair, personally, I think most piercings are very... Unless, like, they're on the ear, I guess, that's depending on that, that's kind of fine. But, like, some people, like, have them, like, under the lip, or, like, on the tongue, or, like, again, the nose. Like, stuff in the face just plainly doesn't look good.
While she's walking down the street, talking crap about this guy nonstop, and making him out to be this unreasonable person and all this, and then he just confronts her, and the mere presence of this black dude makes her jump in fear. Like, this is hilarious. This is the funniest thing ever. Like...
First it's like the initial scare, and then she just jumps away. This man deserves a little kissy here.
One more time, ladies and gentlemen. One more time.
Put anything in the hood this time.
Yeah, I think I learned my lesson from that one.
Hey, check it out.
You know, much like how zapping his dog is going to be the legacy of Hassan Piker, I wish for people like this is your legacy. It's also like, you know, Mike from PA, like the weird thing where he's with that one streamer and he's like, you know, acting weird and like spazzing out. Like, yeah, that one, that's how people remember him. I want people to remember this individual from this clip. This absolute...
Hey, check it out.
And then she finds out right there. I've never...
The face of being flabbergasted. I think nose piercings on the side of the nose look nice sometimes. Sometimes, yeah, but most women cannot pull that off.
I've seen it so clear in my life, but this guy's not done. He's not just pulling up, okay? He's given some strong words, some strong warnings to this individual.
The next time you do it, this your last warning. You did it to me twice.
So that's the big reveal here, like I hinted at earlier.
The utter face of terror.
They've done this twice to this guy. They didn't just annoy him once, they did it twice. They've been clearly like following this guy around and trying to use him as a prop for their crappy kick stream that nobody's watching. Yeah, I'd be pretty upset too.
Stop disrespecting me, bro. I don't know you. Don't let her get you in trouble. Because you a guy, bro. Stop doing that. Don't let a female get you in trouble. It's very
Preach, man.
Bro, here it's like, don't let these women control you, man. You gotta get on your own 2 feet. Don't fall for them. Okay, yeah, based man, 100%. Yeah, he's right. He's right. He's right. Yeah, the face when you've never had to face a consequence before. True.
That is the best advice right there. Don't let this woman, this clout goblin, get you in trouble as the man with the camera. I don't know if they're dating or something.
With that nose ring, it's not a goblin, it's a troll.
I don't know if they're in a relationship. But right now, you're in a situation where you have a woman writing checks that this guy behind the camera is gonna have to cash, okay? This guy at least is being a proper gentleman, right? He's saying, I'm not gonna take it out on you, miss. I'm gonna take it out on him because he's a guy. I mean, you know what? Fair enough. And this weak-kneed simp behind the camera is completely shook, completely rattled. His jimmies are rustled. This guy is a deer in headlights. I think this is probably the first time he's ever been confronted in his life, and it shows.
The thing is that a lot of these people are very privileged, privileged. They've never experienced, right? They've never experienced bullying. They've never experienced a proper threat of violence. These people have never experienced that. And because they've never experienced that, that's the reason why they act the way they do. Because they've never seen that happening. Never. Right? They had never to enforce violence nor receive it.
Guy is scared. He's now, yes sir, no sir, please sir, leave us alone. And she's really the same way. Amazing how actually like giving a tiny fraction of the energy back at these people makes them completely crumble.
very
I
disrespectful.
mean, we walked
what you're
away.
doing. I don't know you. You don't know me.
Right.
Don't do me like that. I'm going through something in my life. I just lost my mother.
So this guy, obviously, he just said he's lost his mother recently. He's going through a bad time. Okay, again, valid crash out given the whole circumstance. But I'll go even further. Even if he didn't have that circumstance going on, even if he's walking on clouds, you know, it's sunshine and rainbows, he's having the best day of his life, he just got a raise at work, he's just feeling great, I'd still think this was a valid reaction to being harassed twice.
Very valid. Are you advocating for violence? Me? I never advocate for violence against these people. I never do that. Wink, wink. I would never. How dare you, make these allegations about me?
By these absolute cretins trying to make kick content out of a dude just trying to live his life and be left alone.
I don't need no motherfucking weird.
I'm gonna classify all nuisance streamers, by the way, as just straight up vermin. Because that's what they are.
Ass people sticking their fucking camera in my face. Fuck, bitch.
We're just
You
trying
hear
to-
what I'm saying,
I
bitch?
hear-
Don't do it again.
Oh, sorry.
So
I'm sorry. Did you hear that behind the camera? Oh, no, I'm sorry. Bro is quaking.
the last word, I'm telling you, don't play with me. I don't know you, don't play with me. I don't fuck with you. Weird ass bitch.
Also, like, look at these violations they're giving out. Like, we'll get into the discussion in just a second, but like, there's debate. Like, did she break the law? I tried looking into this for California law, and it's pretty wishy-washy whether or not she's breaking the law. It seems like you have to have really two things proven here: that either this is an official police uniform, like an actual authorized uniform. I don't think so. And also the tickets she's handing out, she has to be doing something fraudulent, like trying to actually collect money. If she's just doing it to like annoy people, it doesn't really point towards her breaking the law. But maybe she is. I'm not an expert in California law.
I think it should be, though. I'm gonna be real. I think it should be. I think it should be. You should face consequences if you do stuff like that, legal consequences. You're still trying to impersonate police, regardless, right? Even if it's not real. You're living in La La Land, thinking, the world revolves around them. These type of streamers deserve nothing. They deserve nothing, and in some cases everything, depending on what it is. Forgive me, I didn't mean to suggest you'd ever support violence. No, I'd never do that.
You would think this should be something that gets you in trouble. Because, yeah, I mean, do you really want people doing this? Like, this is like the Weenie Hut Jr. level of consequences here. Like, there are some people who will go absolutely nuts, especially if they think you're a legitimate police officer and you're, like, harassing them or trying to do stuff like this. Like, yeah, this is a very dangerous game you're playing, Life is Mizzy. I don't think it's worth it, and I don't think you want the smoke. Finally, they shut up.
Absolute silence. That's the consequences of your own actions. Absolute silence. Good.
It's the first time they've shut up in this whole clip. They finally got served some justice, some street justice, ladies and gentlemen. But here's some of the reactions. Okay, people saying, seems like this could be impersonating to me, a crime. You just got off a long day of work, and here comes the NPC streamer and the cameraman. Cameraman was shaking. He's angry because he's broke. Typical. What? Dude, how do you even know that? What's your problem?
Bait or mental retardation, call it. Bait or mental retard. There are 55 people who also like this. Bait or mental retardation, call it.
Really stupid content. I'll spit on you too, but you'll like it. Little bitch got G-checked. Leave people alone, attention-craving weirdos. Hilarious, I bet her goofy behind thinks twice before doing that stupid stuff ever again. Living in LA, job market sucks. Forced to take fast food, broke, on a smoke break. White girl walks up, gets paid 6 figures to do nothing. Cameraman, aka boyfriend in Gucci, decides to make you punchline. White girl humor, curse her out. We didn't do anything wrong. Guys, she's literally innocent. She did nothing wrong. How did this guy get angry? How could this happen? But yeah, I look at this stuff, and again, like I said at the beginning of the video, how?
If this is a boyfriend, they deserve each other. They deserve each other. I know I'm a pacifist, right? Retardation, absolutely.
How is this worth it? There's no way. I feel like she spent...
Like, here's the thing, right? It's like pathetic, right? She has a throne, by the way, right? It's for one, it's one thing. It's pathetic, right? To watch her already, right? You know what's extra pathetic? Buying stuff for a stranger on throne that already has a boyfriend. Isn't that funny?
Spends more on props than she does in whatever earnings she's getting. Like, I'm looking here, she has like 400 subs. It can't be worth it.
Milk shower in public? What do you mean by that? What do you mean with milk shower in public? What does that mean? What does that mean? What do you mean milk shower in public? It states up here, milk shower in public. Hold up, wait a minute. Is it like code work for I can't say that word. I'd probably get demonetized. For something that starts with B? Is that a code word? The next items and Anissa for real? Yeah, difference is that this guy doesn't get told that she would never have kids with him because they might end up looking like him. Because yeah, if you've seen that clip of iDubbbz, what kind of milk are we talking about here? Yeah, that's what I'm saying. Like, I don't know if you've seen the clip of iDubbbz just straight up receiving one of the hardest hits I've ever seen, which is Anissa saying, yeah, I don't want to have kids with you because our daughter might end up looking like you. Like, imagine saying that to your husband.
And her sub goal is 1,000, and it's to take a milk shower in public. I hate that for you. That's do something else, please. It's not worth it. Also, why are you allowing this? Embarrassing all around, ladies and gentlemen. Just an absolutely terrible, disgusting display that we pretty much expect from kick streamers at this point. Will she be banned? No. No, she will not. I can say that pretty confidently. She will not be banned.
No, she will not be banned. It's just a logical assessment, right? She will not get banned. She said that. Yes. She basically breaking it down. She doesn't want to have children with him because they may end up looking like him. But they're still married. And he like what was his response? I think about that. I've been thinking about that, and I'm like, you've been thinking about the fact that if you'd had children, they would be ugly because they'd have your features. This is just public humiliation. Still, I believe that he's in an abusive relationship 100%. Yeah, it was hilarious. Dude burnt so many bridges over some pussy just to end up in the chair. That's definitely what it is. I mean, the stories of, like, apparently there's chances that while they were married, her and Hassan had it going on. It's like, it's so weird. He's just in the chair. He's living in the chair.
For any of this, and that shouldn't surprise any of you at this point, given how Kick runs things and treats these nuisance streamers. I mean, they can start committing like literal felonies, and there's like a good chance they're not gonna get banned, and if they do,
Kick only bans you. Kick only bans you when you potentially kill somebody, right? The Frenchman that was quote unquote unalived. His life was taken by essentially torture, right? Kick only does it then. Does she just not love? No, she does not. She doesn't, definitely not. She wasn't really supportive during even like his boxing matches, right? She was always looking after another dude, right? And she didn't even like pay attention much to him after he got his like at the end of the match after he got his ass beaten, right? This isn't some Rocky and Rocky type story, right? This is like she's taking back shots while I'm getting my ass beat in the ring type of situation.
It might be for a couple days. But anyways, that's going to do it for today's video. As always, feel free to share your thoughts about today's topics in the comment section down below. Hope you guys enjoyed the video, and I'll see you next.
That was funny and interesting, not gonna lie. That was very funny and interesting. Yeah, nuisance streamers deserve what they get. All of it. You mess around with people, you're gonna find out. It's as simple as that. Anyways, like, comment, and subscribe. Now you gotta support your husband through everything, even if he loses. Yeah, that's not the case here. That is not the case here. This woman isn't like that. She has an up and open running OnlyFans while she's married, so you can tell how much she truly loves him. So yeah, not happening. Not happening in this world. Guys, I need to quickly take a leave and turn on the lights because my model is spazzing out. All right.
Next time.
I've wet the bed too many times as an adult. Now, yes, I was.
That is not. No, we're not doing Please David right now. We're doing something less
today's
drama.
story starts.
We're not doing that. We're not doing that now. Yeah, he's essentially, I think what it is for him is he believes that he can never probably find somebody again if he leaves. They were also like spreading recently Iranian regime propaganda together. Right? They were trying to essentially educate a man who is from Iran on how Iran is. They're absolutely lost. They've absolutely lost it. They even came in to defend the dog shocker. That's how bad it is. That is how bad it is. These two are completely right. It's very interesting to look at like iDubbbz back then and iDubbbz now, right? And like the moment he got together with her, how things have changed, right? Is crazy, right? He was back then, he was like super edgy, diss tracks against people, right? Just straight up just brazen and much less cuck than what he is now. The Hassan effect is real, probably, yeah. Like he was very different back then. And I really like that. The wrong wife really can ruin your life. Wow. Yeah, it can. It can. He essentially, his first big fuck up was essentially saying, basically, you know, people throw around the word grifter. He is very much that, right? He's very much a grifter. Very much. Once they got together, he basically just distanced himself from his old content and said that basically his old supporters are just losers. Edgy losers, essentially, pretty much. And bro hasn't recovered since. I find that very funny. I find that very, very funny. I must admit. But that was pretty much what it was. And now we're here. Hey, and he has like almost 6 million subs on YouTube, yet on Twitch he barely pulls 150 viewers. That is less than fucking Frogan. Anyways, we've got something interesting here that I want to look at. Very interesting. Oh boy. Pretty boys headed hard in the Roman Empire, literally, but not knowledgeable. Maybe that's not too knowledgeable, in fact, because that's gonna be horrible. We all know what potentially happened to the pretty boys, right? Maybe even the original femboys. Turning on your own audience is never a good idea. Yep. I've seen it too many times. Unfortunately. Thing that sealed the deal was the content nuke on H3. Yeah. That intro was so creepy. Like that wake up Ethan. Like they're about to jump out of the screen and start molesting you. And then there was this random nobody black dude. I still don't know his name. And I don't care. That was also a thing. It's just so weird. That was just so weird. Anyways, we'll jump in. You start gaining consciousness, 5 or 6 maybe. Probably. I don't remember anything past... Actually, I don't remember anything. Maybe before 5th grade. Anyways, we'll go in. Here it comes.
So today's story starts where most femboys' stories start, with a man, specifically Emperor Nero, kicking the ever-living shit out of his pregnant wife until she dies. Anyway, once...
That is very aggressive in the first 10 seconds. Why is my boy here? And where's Pumbaa? Very interesting though. Very interesting. Also, please consider liking and subscribing. I appreciate it. We'll continue.
Nero finished anti-aliving his wife. He realized the obvious fact that he would, you know, need a new one. And well, I mean, he did.
Well, yep. Yeah. Yeah, we know. Well, he didn't pick a woman, that's for sure. He didn't pick a woman. Token black man equals woke. Yep. Hey, just like every TV show.
Find one. Not really the traditional definition of wife, but whatever. Enter 17-year-old boy Sporus. Wait, not.
Well, he may be Sporus, but this man spread his spores across this young lad. Yep, the Romans got very freaky. Towards the end.
Not like that! I'm sorry for kicking my wife, she said. Can you believe he's supposed to be like our god? Like that dude with the neck. Nah, bro, he is not a god, bro. That's like, bro, he's a fucking mod. Bro, he probably just kicked his wife out the Discord. So, oh no, nah, bro, wait, he is the Vestal Virgin. Hey, kid, You in the front. Would you perchance be interested in a YN such as myself?
Yeah. Yep. Apparently there was also some freaky stuff with the Greek, and yeah. How things kind of stay the same because we still have that.
But Nero did legitimately notice Sporus because he apparently bore a striking resemblance to his late ex-wife. That was a very poor choice of word. Although Nero actually did have a new wife who was...
So, this man got a new wife, right? Gave her the back shots, right? And then he picked a random boy and forced him to take the back shots too. Interesting.
Not an underage femboy. So, you know, Nero would take Sporus as his bride by force. Obviously. He also, Nero also, how do I say this on YouTube? He made Sporus join the X-Men. And instead of his...
What do you mean by that? What do you mean? Wait, do you mutilate him? They got the Guts Vlad Tempest treatment, which Vlad is the embodiment of Valak Crash Out. Oh god. Oh god. Oh god.
His 2 legs not working. It was his 3rd leg.
Oh god, no! A wife to give him an heir and a femboy just because why not? No. Oh no, yeah, he did mutilate him. Bro was forcibly transitioned. Doesn't matter. They do that in some Middle Eastern countries still.
I don't remember. Hello? Hello? He truly is the one for me. Thank you. 1-4, what's that like? Is that his age or something? No, he's 17 and I'm close enough to that. What, 17 and 47 quarters? No, shut up. More like 47 quarter-pounders. Shut up.
I mean, see, we have to look at it from a rational standpoint. People didn't live that long, which is why, fun fact, both boys and girls were married young because, truth is, you only would live longer if you actually made it past childhood, which back then was very unlikely, occasionally. But yeah, that's not really a critique of olden times. I have plans to laser my beard. It will permanently not grow beard again, except mustache, because my mom said it's ugly to have a beard and shaving a mustache is good. I'd like to keep my lion's mane, thank you very much. I like to have a beard.
Oh, can I have a go next? Praetorians, kill all of them! Especially that 47 quarter-pounder one. That was just mean.
500 executions later.
When I am with my husband, I feel as though I am an aide.
He even gave him hard eyes.
For a mentally disabled old folks home.
Yes! Yes! The My Hero Academia fandom is taking, strains. It's taking, that is a good hit on them. Yeah, that's the most mentally ill fan base I've ever seen. I think the only one that may come even close to that is the Stranger Things, community. That's just the truth. Those two communities might be the most mentally ill, regardless. Not many men can pull off just a mustache. Yeah, because either you look really silly or you look like you own a brothel or something. Or like the strip club.
The morbidly obese. Basically, I feel like Chris Chan's mother, only I've been to the local aquarium where he was not touched. And I am reminded it will be alright when I'm with him, because one day I will die. And likely by my own hand. His blue eyes remind me of children's swimming pools. because they are blue exclusively and for no other reason or
me ratting out my best friend of 18 years after the judge threatens me with 4 months of prison.
innuendo relating to what would be in a children's pool. Also an apology to his lovely wife, who I am now doing things with the husband of.
Wait, no way. Me filming my girl cucking me for her OnlyFans so she can fund my rap career that's heading nowhere. Accurate. Accurate. You either look dumb or like you're a big fan of daycare. Or that, yeah.
Who I am now doing things with the husband of.
Look at my lawyer, dog. I'm going to jail. Yeah, I don't know why. This weird obsession with femboys during the Roman era. Not only that, see. You know what's very interesting? The Greek thought small peepees were nice. So yeah, if you ever get small peepee havers, if you ever go, if we ever achieve time travel, go to ancient Greece. You might actually succeed in getting a baddie. The smaller it is, the better, probably. I like My Hero overall, but the fans are wild. Imagine a grown-ass woman crying that two men didn't have gay sex.
Sorry if the reading was bad.
Wasn't that just... That was her. The ukulele lady.
I only learned how to do it last week. As I am a Roman peasant and not for any other reasons that would typically inhibit one's ability to read, such as, I don't know, age. And after the wedding, the newlywed couple would of course go on their honeymoon to Greece. Of course they went. Of course they went to Greece. Oh, you're back!
Horrible. It's horrible. Anime femboys even worse. Anime fan guys are just gay because they think that dude is a girl. Well, if it looks feminine, it's a woman. Just saying. Just saying. It looks feminine enough. It's still gay though. Don't make your hide yourself behind delusions. Still gay.
How was your trip to the islands, my beloved husband? Oh my god, it was so good. Dude, the gift shop over there is insane.
I only sleep with Greek guys.
Amazing. Here, look, we got these matching mugs.
I survived regular island. I didn't. Oh no, Nutty Epstein Island reference. Yeah, the files were useless, not gonna lie. Everything's censored, it's just boring. Oh, we're gonna release the Epstein files. You might have as well just released blank sheets at this point.
And we also got these sweet shirts.
This short too. Child, but I ain't preggers. What are these? What is that? What is this? This should be actual shirts. Anyways.
Wait, what island were you on? Here, I got this for you. Just don't take your shirt off while we're in here. Okay, I guess I'll just go myself then. Well, yeah, what else have you been doing for the rest of the marriage? Whatever. Yeah, what is this even? What the fuck?
A is for apple, B is... Wait. What? A is for apple, B is for banana, C is for cuck, and D is for adults. wear that in front of P. Diddy at this point.
Anyway, around this time, the Romans were starting to get kind of fed up of, you know, Nero's horrible taxes. And so a governor decided to rebel against him. Specifically, the governor of Gallia Lugdunensis. I wonder where that is.
Fuck France. Just France removed. Understandable. Have a good day.
Shocking. And so the governor of Germania Superior, Licinius Virginius, was sent to go and deal with that. Not the first virgin Nero.
Live footage of Licinius Virginius being born, then named. Damn. Damn, it must be my ancestor. I must be a descendant of him.
Not the first virgin Nero ordered around, am I right, Sport? Ugh! How can I get him to fuck off? I don't know, why don't you just tell him? Hello? Do you not remember what happened to his—
What the fuck? Ain't no way. This is the peak male form, by the way. Sometimes it doesn't take a man to be best girl.
Hello? Do you not remember what happened to his last wife? He literally pounded her guts in because Jupiter knows he's not
That, you could have not worded that worse. You could have not worded that any worse. You could have not. What do you mean? What do you mean pounded out her guts? You could have not worded that worse.
Doing it figuratively, unless your name is Fate Apocrypha Astolfo Anime Dark.
There is a body pillow that is naked. Wow. I'm not surprised.
Kimakura hugging body pillow case cover 150 centimeters by 50 centimeters peach skin. Yeah, and somehow what it's doing to his current wife is even worse. I don't know, just do something less obvious then. Oh, what if I got him like a ring maybe that had when what's his name? Hades kidnapped Persephone. Do you wanna die? Yes, fair. Hey there, my tolerated husband. I got a ring for you.
Don't worry, guys. My boyfriend apologized. I know he really loves me. He said he didn't mean to. Yeah, accurate.
Oh my god, I love it. Holy shit, you are autistic? That's true, I do have autism. But by the way, what are you doing? I'm just voting for the best V-Scribe in the V-Scribe Awards.
Explaining what a VTuber is to your grandfather. He thinks you're literally Satan. You're the worst. We're not that bad. We're not that bad. We're just a big group of high schoolers. Or at least we're mentally stuck at being high schoolers.
Oh, okay. Who are you gonna vote for? Tough choice. I don't know. Probably just whichever one reminds me of babysitting my niece the most. You are just the worst person. Actually, no, surprisingly, that's how most of us do.
How it probably looked making this just for it to look like a middle school yearbook. My Little Pony's mid, bro, and you need to grow up.
And apparently back in Germania, Virginius's men thought the same thing and proclaimed him emperor. All hail the emperor! Hey, all of you cut it out, okay? But sir, no, I don't want to hear it. We have 3 minutes until lunch left, okay? No, don't speak. I know that our boss is the guy that you want to overthrow and kill. Are we Germans? Or are we those stinky fucking French?
How French motherfuckers look at you for not eating your arm. They eat human arm with piss sauce.
French people? Although Virginius didn't really want to challenge.
Overthrow yourself off a bridge, Peak. Just realized I need 8 to 12 sessions to laser my beard. I had to tell my mom tomorrow. She's sleeping now. Damn. I like my beard. Nobody ever taken my beard.
Challenge the throne. Not the first virgin to not want to make a move on Nero. Am I right? Also, by the way, in case you're wondering what his name means, Sporus means semen.
That can't be right. No, you gotta be shitting me at this point. You have to be shitting me. There's no, nope. Nah, that's now I gotta actually verify. Nah, bro. What does spores mean? It does. The jokes write themselves. The jokes write. Nah, bro. Actually, it means that the jokes write themselves. The jokes write themselves. It does. Spores mean seed. The jokes write themselves. Yeah, at this point, it's just destiny. It was just, there is nothing you could prevent. It was destiny for these two to find each other. You don't sound like you'd have a beard. I have sometimes a very long one too. Like, I can grow it out quite a bit if I wanted to. Right now it's it's like decently short for now. But like, give it 3 months and I could go around the Santa costume.
Just mean, like, what? Because he had it inside of him because he got nutted in.
I'm a Roman man that took back shots from other men. And it's like a bunch of...
Like, is that what we should do with other historical figures? Morning bullet. Hey, how's it going, horse? Sorry, I misspoke. I meant, hey, how's it going? Word that sounds like horse, but without the S, that usually means you're a woman that likes the companionship of men a lot. Yeah. Yo, what's good, NK? Now, but around the same time, an aging general named Galba started making advancements to challenge Nero's throne, and as those of you that have done this quiz would know, who needs friends? Actually,
why does he even have that? Why is there artwork or a photo or just like something animated of like a T-Rex taking back shots from another T-Rex? Why do you even have that? Why would you even find that? Why?
That one's still pretty applicable. That means Nero's gotta go. And, you know, Galba himself, but that's neither here nor there. No, but I'm serious. This single quiz destroyed my goddamn year 12 psychology score. It was over. I'm serious. My psychology teacher probably still wakes up in cold sweats to this day hearing the words, fuck, it was Pupianos. That's probably why I had to go to the counselor so much.
My math teacher probably still has nightmares and cold sweat about correcting my math exams. But then again, he wouldn't need to correct much because I didn't do much with them.
So Nero sets off with his 3 closest companions and his wife as they went on the run from Galba. Although, honestly, by this point, he was kind of screwed, so, no offense, Sporus. He was kind of screwed, so he was honestly just prepping himself to...
He was very much screwed. He's been screwed quite often, probably.
Do the deed. No offense again, Sporus. Don't worry, babe, you'll get to be in the X-Men just like me. Do you think it'll hurt when he, you know, falls on the sword? Honestly, based on my experience, which is 0, as there is no double meaning nor innuendo behind the phrase fall on the sword. It's kind of more of an emotional pain than physical. Not that you would know. Oh my god. Oh, what an artist the world is losing. Autist various asset. Could you guys maybe dig the grave for me? Okay, honey, whatever you need.
When I'm dying a cool and epic death on the battlefield and bro says some feminine weak shit like, I love you, man, stay with me, don't go. The loser was crying for real and ruining the moment. True, like, I want to die bleeding out in a field full of snow. With like a little bit of dim light glowing. Like, that is a goal. That is a dream of mine.
Fine. Alright, who's supplying the excavator? So eventually after Nero does all the spousal preparation death stuff with Sporus, obviously, not
mean who for reals? Snatalina, Nero, and Sporus.
his actual wife. Epitaph.
Epaphroditus? Epaphroditus. I think that's what it is.
Empath. Assisted Nero in the act. At some point after the death of Nero, the party was found. Literally. And of course, the guy that persuaded the guard to abandon Nero also wanted a piece of that friendship with Sporus.
Sporus must have been a baddie at this point. Why does every man want this dude? The Romans were just a bunch of gay dudes. That's gotta be it. That's probably the reason why they fell. No low birth rates due to being gay.
That involves no touching. But then he died, you know.
Mother flipper, bruh.
Trying to seize power of Roman politics, you know how it goes. And then Sporus got wound up with Otho, the second emperor of the year. Anyway, point being, Sporus got passed around like a stick of deodorant in India. So, like...
Oh, you use deodorant in India? India just catching strays again. Epaphroditus. Yeah, probably. Who knows? Empath. Works. Is enough. Historical fun fact about Benjamin Franklin. Wrote a book about young men's choice in mistress, and the simple explanation it's about why young men should sleep with cougars, the polar opposite of Nero. Interesting. See, not even the cougars want me, I'm cooked.
So, like, 2 people. And I am not joking, I'm not making this up. Apparently, Otho had promised to marry Statalina.
Bro. Why is there naked Goku? Stop! What spaghettis? What the fuck, bro? What the fuck? Well, I can get the cougars, but I don't want to.
But didn't. Which means that Sporus is genuinely up 2-0 on her right now. Statalina's Nero's wife, Statalina Messalina. So given the Sporus naming tradition, we're gonna call her, furthermore, she shall only be known as Els, because that is all she takes.
You don't really want smoke, you ain't felt that shit. I've been cruising down the block with a badass bitch, with my mind on the chips and this knot on my hip.
But unfortunately, we know next to, if not nothing, about this period of Sporus' life, because it was, you know, the year of the 4 emperors, 69 AD. Guess what happened? So yeah, I'm sure the historians had more important stuff to chronicle, like all the murder.
When Tacitus wanna write about the world falling apart instead of funny femboy. Get a load of this. You find a cougar one day, if not, just get a femboy. I'm not gay, and second, I dropped out of dating completely. We ain't doing this shit anymore. No more.
That were happening, unfortunately, all the deaths. But even worse than that, one of the people that died was Sporus himself.
When you pull up to the bad femboy's funeral and it's open, oh my god, no. No, why did you add that?
Probably still not the worst year it has ever been through. As this sentence also does not have any double meanings or innuendos relating to both the current year of 69 AD and anything else that would also relate and correlate to said number that someone would not enjoy doing with Emperor Nero. So fun fact about the 3rd emperor of the year, Vitellius, he waits.
Guy from New Jersey. Sorry, barbarians, this is what peak male performance looks like.
More than the rest of them combined. Nah, he was kind of homophobic. So he set up a fatal recreation.
I mean, to be fair, that probably was most... Yeah, homophobic! Yeah, there were so many gay dudes!
Of the you aren't allowed to talk about history or mythology on YouTube, so instead I will call it the adult napping of Persephone and cast Sporus to play a tree. No, you cast him to play Persephone.
When my ops finally catch me, instead of making me bite the curb, they make me listen to Please by Sabrina Carpenter on repeat. You might as well just end it.
So to avoid the shame of being butchered in front of the entirety of Rome, Sporus in a deep, dark, underground, smelly dungeon somewhere. No, not that one, you fucking freakazoid. For committing no crime aside from being in the Emperor's sights at the wrong time. Most likely only around the age of 18 or 19. Would become a 2x member of the X-Men.
I've done things with a god or gods. Let me tell you, the gods are no better in bed than ordinary men. Sporus. Okay, to summarize this complete story. This dude just got back shots and just got ended eventually. That's really what it is. That is what it is to be a femboy in the Roman Empire. Don't end up like him. That's the only goal. Don't end up like him. Let's hope that Donald Trump doesn't go around and just marries a femboy anyways. Because that could happen next, according to some specific files. Anyways, like, comment, and subscribe. No, don't reject dating entirely. That's so sad. Nah, I'm generally done. For real. Can't deal with this anymore, this hellhole. T emptied. Can't be dealing with this hellhole anymore. We good. We good out here, we good. No more. No more. I've learned my lesson. I've learned it too much. I don't want to learn it no more. What? Let's look at planets.
Alright,
let's look at weird planets. I like weird planets. Let's look at weird planets. I'm ready. Let's take a look-see. Weirdest planets in the universe by Captain Cypher. We've watched what would happen if you got like 10 essentially planets that are basically hell on just hell. The outcome usually was you'd get vaporized. That was the outcome. Every single time you'd enter these planets, you'd get vaporized, right? Seems like Earth is the only chill place. And even here, you might end up getting vaporized. So yeah, that's a fun thing. We'll jump in. Also, please consider liking and subscribing. We will look at this. Let's see.
Alright, let's open the right page. 55 Cancri E, the Diamond Planet.
Who is, by the way, naming these planets? Like, you gotta be on some weird shit to name. Like, if I had discovered a planet, it would just be like Steven. Or Robert, or Dave, or Gustav. Like, not V55, Cancri E. Oh no, I like planets, but must go. Well, it gets uploaded anyways. So yeah. Take care, Eliza. Bye-bye. Have a nice rest of your day.
55 Cancri E, also known as Jensen, is one of the strangest planets
Jensen. Well, it appears that it do have normal names.
Ever discovered. It is located about 41 light-years from Earth and orbits a star similar to our Sun. Despite the distance, it stands out because of how extreme and unusual its properties are. The planet orbits incredibly close to its star, completing 1 full year in just 18 hours. This extreme...
Damn, a year's just 18 hours. Imagine that. Truly, imagine that.
Orbit exposes it to intense radiation and heat with surface temperatures estimated to exceed 2,000 degrees Celsius, hot enough to melt solid rock. Scientists believe much of its surface may be covered by vast oceans of lava, constantly reshaped by powerful volcanoes.
But why diamonds? That's an important question. Why diamonds?
Volcanic activity.
55 Cancri is very likely tidally locked, meaning one side of the planet permanently faces the star while the other side remains in complete darkness. This creates extreme temperature differences and may drive intense heat circulation across the planet. What truly makes this planet unique.
Okay, interesting. So one side is always hot and one side is always cold. That's the usual thing. You'd get vaporized. That is the experience.
Is its hypothesized carbon-rich composition. Based on early density measurements and the chemistry of its host star, scientists have suggested that the planet may contain large amounts of carbon. Under immense pressure, this carbon could form diamond-rich layers deep within the planet's mantle. This idea led to its nickname, the Diamond Planet.
Yeah, but it doesn't really matter if there's a lot of diamonds. Listen. As long as there's no oil, nobody's going there, right? The moment the U.S. finds out there's oil, they're gonna be like, it's time, guys. It's time. We gotta give this planet some freedom.
Although this interior structure...
Insert eagle noises. When you realize Hades is just an accountant and he most likely took Persephone to work half the year, it's not that bad. True.
Has not yet been confirmed. The planet's atmosphere adds to its strangeness. Observations suggest it may have a thin and possibly unstable atmosphere containing carbon-bearing gases such as carbon dioxide, which could be continually replenished by ongoing volcanic activity. The exact composition of this atmosphere is still being studied. 55 Cancri challenges traditional...
And they complain about CO2 on Earth. Look at this planet. Get a load of this planet.
Ideas of rocky planets. With molten rock surfaces, extreme chemistry, and a mysterious interior, it represents a type of world unlike anything found in our own solar system. HD 189733b.
Why? Why would you name a planet that? HD 189733b. Why? Why? Just give it a normal name. Like Candace. Stefson. Whatever.
B. HD 189733b is a planet that looks...
Oh yeah, that's the glass one. That's the glass one. Interesting. Okay, he brings up the glass one. Yeah, by the way, even if you could be on there, you get torn to shreds by glass. Like, you just get, like, cut into tiny billion, trillion pieces.
Ordinary at first, roughly the size of Jupiter, but its environment is anything but normal. Located about 64 light-years from Earth, it orbits its star in just 2.2 Earth days, so close that the planet is a furnace of extremes. The strangest thing about HD 189733b is its violent weather. Winds roar at over 8,700 kilometers per hour, faster than anything on Earth, driven by the...
Which would vaporize you. Yes. The wind would vaporize you. That's how much wind there is. Which is really interesting.
Extreme temperature difference between the day and night sides. But the real shocker is the composition of its atmosphere. It contains silicate particles, meaning the winds carry tiny, solid grains of glass-like material. Imagine a storm where these abrasive particles are blown sideways at supersonic speeds, a destructive force if you could survive the heat. The planet is tidally locked, so one side always faces the star, creating a permanent contrast between a day side of scorching heat, around 1,000 degrees Celsius.
The question is then, would the glass be on the other side too? And then the question is, if the glass on one side would be essentially molten, because that's what I'm assuming, right? That's molten. Would it be solid on the other side, which means that on the other side you just get vaporized? Like, if the wind didn't vaporize you, the glass would? Because it would just straight up pierce through you. And on the other side, you would just, like, get cut into little pieces. I wonder if that would be the case. You need to bring some freedom to outer space, insert Helldivers and Space Marine programs 2026. It's time. It's time. But then again, let's hope that Space Marine, something like that, never becomes reality because, well, do you want to fight the things from the warp? Really? You want to fight some demons? Like, Slanesh, right? Isn't that the one that's, like, stinky and ugly?
And a slightly cooler night side. This locked rotation fuels the planet's extreme winds and chaotic atmosphere, keeping the silicate rain in constant motion. HD 189733b isn't just hot, it's a world where physics itself feels alien. Between ferocious winds, high-speed silicate particle storms, and blistering temperatures, it's one of the most violent and bizarre planets ever discovered. A stormy inferno that makes Jupiter look peaceful.
There's also a planet that essentially reflects zero light. Like, it's super dark. Like it's crazy. It's like so dark. I wonder if that's what that one's in here.
Toy 849b.
Toy 849b. That looks like a solid planet. That's not gas, is it? Right? I don't know.
Toy 849b is one of the strangest planets ever discovered. Located about 730 light years from Earth, it's a massive world with a mass around 40 times that of Earth, but unlike typical gas giants, it seems to have lost almost all of its hydrogen and helium envelope, leaving what might be a mostly rocky and metallic planetary core. This makes Toy 849b
interesting. Usually, like, planets about this size would like have like multiple layers and layers upon gas, right? With like all types of stuff, and then usually below these layers of gas, you'd have some form of liquid, right? Not like water, but you'd have some form of liquid. Apparently, that's not the case here. Interesting. I've never heard of this one. That one is a new one. Well, the previous one also was new, but that one is also new. Interesting. Interesting. So essentially, you just have a rocky planet, ginormous rocky planet. Or, well, the core. Yet you wouldn't be able to land on it because, like, you know, 40 times the gravity, 40 times the size, you just get crushed.
Unlike anything in our solar system. Most planets of its mass are shrouded in thick atmospheres, but this one is thought to be primarily dense rock and metal, essentially a naked core with perhaps a thin residual envelope. It orbits extremely close to its star, completing a full revolution in just 18 hours, exposing it to intense radiation that likely stripped away most of its outer layers. The result is a planet with a mass between that of Neptune and a gas giant, yet unusually compact, giving it a density far higher than typical gas giants. It may contain thousands of kilometers of compressed rock and metals, heated by both the star and the planet's own gravitational compression. Toy 5049b challenges our understanding of planet formation. How does a planet this massive lose almost its entire gaseous envelope and survive as a dense core? Some theories suggest it's a failed gas giant or the remnant of a much larger planet that was destroyed by its star's proximity. Either way, Toy 849b is a cosmic oddity, a giant, exposed planetary heart.
I've never heard that a planet of this size... Wait, by the way, failed gas giant. How would that even happen, right? At its size, how would that even happen? Yeah, I think it's just too close to the sun. It was just like stripped of its atmosphere. It's that simple. But then the question is, why didn't it end up being like lava and molten and anything, right?
Glowing metaphorically under a star, it orbits at record-breaking speed. GJ1214b. GJ1214b is one...
Bro, what the fuck is that? That's just like a neon blue, and then... Why is there a random hole there? What the heck? You ever met a US Marine? They'll fight anything. They pulled up to France in World War I and fought the Germans back. When the French and Brits wanted to retreat, the Marines said, "Retreat, we just got here." World War I? Don't you mean World War II? Hold up.
One of the strangest exoplanets ever discovered, a water world candidate that defies our ideas of what a planet should look like. Located about 48 light years from Earth, it's a super Earth roughly 2.7 times the size of our planet and about 6.5 times as massive. But the real weirdness isn't its size, it's what might make up the planet itself. Scientists believe GJ1214b could be covered almost entirely in water or water-rich materials, but at extreme pressures and temperatures, with an atmospheric temperature of roughly 200 to 400 degrees Celsius, any water on the planet wouldn't
the water just either boil or freeze? Now, 200 and minus 400 might depend, right? Because could there technically be life on this planet? Like deep down in the water?
Exist as oceans like on Earth. Instead, it could be a supercritical fluid, a strange state where water is neither liquid nor gas. Imagine a planet where the oceans are a dense, high-pressure mist spanning the entire globe. The atmosphere adds another layer of weirdness. Observations suggest it could be a thick, steamy layer of hydrogen and helium over the water-rich interior, possibly mixed with steam, methane, or other exotic molecules. This creates an alien greenhouse effect that traps heat and transforms the outer layers into a pressurized, murky, metallic-like environment. GJ1214b is tidally locked with one side always facing its red dwarf star. But
okay, never mind. There will not be any life because this thing has no magnetic field. Right. The moment something is tidally locked, it has no magnetic field, right? That's why, for example, we're never gonna really properly colonize Mars because a dead core, and we cannot restart cores.
the truly mind-bending fact is its composition. A planet that might be largely water by mass, yet under extreme pressure and heat, forming a world that could look like a dense, steamy ocean under a heavy, misty atmosphere, completely unlike anything in our solar system. This is a planet that challenges our imagination, not because it's hot or cold or massive, but because its entire outer layer could be an alien ocean, dense, pressurized, and shrouded in a thick, mysterious atmosphere. Coconuts 2b. Coconuts
2b. That's a new one. I've never heard this one before. That's a fucking new one.
2b is a planet that feels almost lost in space. It orbits its red dwarf star at an extraordinary distance of about 6,400 to 70.
It looks like a lollipop. Yeah, it's just a big, ginormous lollipop at this point.
500 astronomical units, over 160 times farther than Pluto is from the Sun. At that distance, one complete orbit takes more than 1 million Earth years, meaning a single year on Coconuts 2b is longer than most human civilizations have existed. The planet is massive, roughly 6 to 8 times the mass of Jupiter.
Okay. And it is very far away. Was what will one of the Germans call the Marines Teufelshunde, or devil dogs. That's kind of crazy. Very interesting. So, here's something interesting. We may actually still have planets in our solar system, the more you know. We just can't see them. That is a fun fact. Here's a fun fact. We may actually still have planets in our solar system. We just can't see these fuckers. Because they're too far away, and we cannot capture them.
Yet what makes it truly bizarre is how isolated it is. Astronomers originally thought it was a rogue planet, drifting alone through the galaxy because it sits so far from its star that the host barely warms it. Its heat comes mainly from residual energy left over from its formation, giving its atmosphere a temperature of about 160 to 170 Kelvin, relatively cool for a gas giant, but still detectable from light years away.
Motherfucker, why did you... What? Why did you use Kelvin all of a sudden? And not, what is, let me see. What is that? Let me see. Why didn't you just say minus 113 degrees Celsius? That would have been... Why hit me with the Kelvin? Jeez.
Still detectable from light years away, Coconuts 2b's atmosphere may contain methane, water vapor, and cloud layers, making it more like a cold brown dwarf than a typical planet. Imagine a massive world slowly drifting through near darkness, with chemical processes quietly occurring in its faint
Okay, now I need to Google, what is a brown dwarf? That's a star. It's essentially a failed star. Pretty much. It's a failed star. It's a brown dwarf. Okay.
Distant skies, all while completing a million-year-long orbit. This is not a planet of storms or lava, it's a planet of extreme isolation, a wandering giant at the edge of its system, nearly untethered. Coconuts 2b shows that planetary systems aren't always orderly. Sometimes the universe creates lonely behemoths that drift.
Alright, interesting. Interesting. So, this planet just, drifts into, the abyss. Barely being able to, I wonder how they... Sometimes I question how they even spot those, right? Since they're that far away, are they even receiving light? Anyways, very interesting. Very interesting. Alright. That's that. Interesting. Alright. Alright. I quickly need to take a bathroom break. I will be right back. And then we'll do like 2 more videos or so. All right. I'm back. Guys, okay. So, I have a very funny story to tell, okay? Very funny. Very funny. That's why it took so long. Very, very funny, okay? Okay, watch my video? Yeah, I will. We can do that. Here's something funny, okay? My dog was alone in my mom's room because, well, my mom put her up, right? Right. Yeah. Okay. Right? Yeah. Guess what my dog did? She ate a package full of almonds covered in chocolate. The whole package. The whole package. She ate the whole package. She opened it up, right? She didn't even eat anything of the plastic, right? She didn't even do that, right? She did not even do that. But she ate the full package. The full thing. The entire fucking thing. I have a good dog. Can't even blame Croc for that one. I have a great dog. An amazing dog. That dog just eats anything and everything and everyone. Anyways, let me click on something.
It's
alright. Regardless, this is a dog of all time. This is truly my dog. Mostly foremost. 14 films that may be lost forever by Source Brew. Let's see if those movies are interesting or anything. Yeah, let's see. Ooh, it does that little movie sign. Anyways, also please consider liking and subscribing. I appreciate it. Let's go.
It's been stated by Martin Scorsese's Film Foundation that half of all American films made before 1950 are lost, and over 90% of films made before 1929 are actually lost forever, which is pretty crazy and upsetting to think about, that a piece of media could be completely lost and will never be seen again, with us only being able to speculate as to its true contents.
Well, nowadays that can't really happen anymore, because, you know, everything is just like digitally. However, I think what is a problem of modern times for movies is going to be the preservation, right? We've all seen it, that things just get worse and worse over time, right? Quality goes down, preservation gets worse, weird aspect ratios, you get the idea.
So today,
sound quality's horrendous.
I thought we'd take a look at some of these potential cases, as it's hard to always know for sure if a piece of media is truly gone for good. I mean, who knows, there could always be a hidden copy somewhere out there, in an attic or something, just waiting to be found. But in these cases, I think that may be unlikely. So today, we're looking at 15 films that may be lost forever. A Blind Bargain. This silent...
Can already say I've never heard of this, and it's a silent movie. Okay, yeah, I've definitely never heard of this. I wonder how many movies I have upstairs, right? That are on all of those VHS. Like, right? That I have on VHS. I wonder how many movies those are that are just not available anywhere ever. Lon Shady, my love.
A horror film released in December of 1922 was based off a 1897 book titled The Octave of Claudius and starred the famous actor Lon Chaney. The plot of the film was about a doctor played by Lon Chaney who would do experiments in an attempt to extend human life. However, one of his test subjects, who was sort of a half-ape, half-man hybrid, or hunchback I guess, would wander around his...
The humanzi? The fucking humanzi. Monkey and human. Chimpanzee and human, whatever.
His house, or something. Then the doctor performs experiments on this
Yeah, that's very close to a monkey. And a human. Very close. Very close. Wait, you can't even see it properly. That guy here. Very interesting. Anyways.
Random writer character named Robert. And then he like cures the writer's mom's illness, but then there are more ape men and they end up killing the doctor, and the writer guy marries a girl and then writes a book about the whole thing. Yeah, it's kind of a strange plot synopsis when you just hear it like that, right? I mean, we have no footage for this thing. But apparently people liked it, and it got generally favorable reviews from critics for both the performances and the cinematography. However,
that means, like, if we know that, that means we have the reviews. It's a crazy that we have the reviews, but we don't have the original source. That's kind of sad. That's kind of sad, right? Then again, the reviews are written, right? Most likely back then. So that makes sense that these would be probably easier to be preserved. But yeah.
However, the original negative was most likely destroyed in 1931, and the only other remaining prints of the film are thought to have been destroyed in the 1965 MGM vault fire. So now only stills, posters, and a script exist from this film.
Wait, if we have a script, I'm not saying we should, but we could reenact the movies potentially to just have the stories being on film, but it wouldn't, of course, it wouldn't be the same.
Ari rang. I'm sorry, I have no idea how.
Ooh, a Japanese one. I wonder
how to pronounce this name, but this was a Korean film released
Never
in
mind. Korean, I'm just straight up blind. Doesn't matter. Doesn't matter. Yeah. The letters. At this point, I can't keep them apart, obviously.
And was one of, if not the first Korean feature film. And from what we know of the plot, it sounds very dark, especially for when it was made. The film was about a young man named Young-jin who starts to lose his mind after being captured and tortured by Japanese police after his
Well, Japanese are still involved, though. Interesting. Well, I'm not quite wrong. The movie's Korean, but Japanese are still involved, so I'm not fully wrong, it appears. Funny. Someone had restored London After Midnight with AI. It looks good. I haven't watched the whole thing. Ah, yes. Well, that's interesting. Interesting.
Protest of the occupation of Korea. And his sister ends up being assaulted by another character who is a pro-Japanese collaborator.
Obviously, right, that I would assume that would have been, right, the statues of the women. The comfort women. Yeah, that's what it was in Korea. So this movie includes that, essentially.
And in a rage, Young-jin kills him with a sickle and is taken away by Japanese police. However, the film is thought to have been lost forever during the Korean War. However, there was a rumor that in 2005 the film was in the possession of a Japanese collector who had recently passed away. But that claim has never been substantiated, and the film has still never been found.
Okay, even Korean lost media. Again, I wonder how many movies will be lost, truly lost, between the transitioning between VHS and DVD.
The Big City. This is another lost Lon Chaney film, this time released
Seems like Lon Chaney has a lot of movies that are gone.
Back in 1928 as a silent crime film, which was about the character Chuck Collins, who steals jewels from a nightclub and is subsequently tracked down by police and another gang that was trying to steal the jewelry. Sadly though, this film...
Don't come and steal my jewels. Interesting. Okay, that movie's also gone. Seems like, again, this mostly obviously hits movies from the silent era, mostly. I'm assuming. And then also, like, very, very niche movies.
Was also lost in the MGM vault fire of 1965, as all 8 reels of the film were destroyed. However, there is a short trailer which has been found, although it does not actually contain any scenes from the movie itself.
Then there's kind of pointless then, right? That's kind of pointless then. That's kind of pointless then. Yeah, that Vault fire probably has like absolutely obliterated a lot of peak movies. That's why I find Lon Chaney such a fascinating person. He plays so many different roles. I can't think of any of other actors like that nowadays, or even back then. Yeah.
Convention City. This 1933 comedy film was very controversial and notable for its sexual humor and even nudity that was shown.
Okay. So we got that going too, huh? We've got that going too. Okay. So we got a little nudity, but a little lewd movie. But yeah. Okay, let's see.
In the film, and is actually the reason for the implementation of the Hays Code, which was made to censor sexual and violent content in films. And upon release,
yeah, apparently that is not a thing anymore because kind of every movie nowadays has an unsolicited sex scene. So anyways,
the film was heavily censored and even banned in many places, with some theaters showing the film going as far as to destroy their copy of it for corrupting morals. And apparently Warner Bros., who had produced the film, got rid of their print of it, as it posed a fire hazard in their archives due to it already beginning to deteriorate. However, since so many copies were made, it's possible that one might still exist. However, none have been found as of yet, although over 200 stills, as well as a script and even some stock footage have been found. The Crowd Roars. This 1932 film starred James Cagney as Joe
Interesting. Is it the racing movie?
Greer, a race car driver who is competing in an exhibition race. He also mentors his brother Eddie, however for some reason this strains both of their relationships with their girlfriends. Then some other guy dies in the race and Joe blames himself and can't continue, but then his brother Eddie ends up winning. Pretty basic plot, right?
That looks so silly without that. That looks so silly, right? The footage is running in the background while homie's just like sitting in whatever, right?
Well, the weird thing about this movie is that it was remade in 1939, only 7 years later, and was titled Indianapolis Speedway. But they wanted to use shots from The Crowd Roars, the original film, and so they removed scenes from the original negative to use in the remake.
Interesting. So here's something interesting. We should probably, it's like hard, right, to reenact movies that you do have the script off, because well nowadays, right, you can put the script online, so it should be fine. Also, I'm gonna straight up say this: how the heck are women in the 30s, 40s, 50s, 60s, and so on much more attractive in movies? I've just noticed that. Anyways, I know James Cagney's name. Don't think I've seen him in any movies. Okay.
They later then tried to re-edit those scenes back into the original film, but that ended up adding scenes from the new film, and so any footage that was not used in this new re-edit of the original film was lost, and so the original version is most likely gone for good.
Damn, so they remaked it right 7 years after. Interestingly enough, hey, are they modern game devs nowadays?
Daibutsu Kaikoku, also known as
This time it's a Japanese one.
As the giant Buddha statues travel through the country. Quite a mouthful. But this is actually one of the earliest kaiju films ever to be made in Japan.
Interesting, it's a kaiju movie because they have class, true.
Releasing well before Godzilla, all the way back in 1934. The film is about the giant Buddha statue, or Daibutsu, that comes to life. and at a staggering 33 meters in height, begins to, like the title says, just tour the country, with the statue even flying to Tokyo, although not much else is known about the actual plot of the film. But it was planned to be a series of films. However, the first one...
Interesting. I would have watched that, legit, because it's a kaiju movie and I love kaiju movies.
One was only shown in a few theaters around Japan, before its only copy was destroyed in World War II. And now only a few images exist. However, in 2018, the film was rebooted as The Great Buddha Arrival and was released in Japanese theaters. The Eagle's Eye. Back in 1918, there was a 20-episode silent film serial titled The Eagle's Eye, which was based on real events, which centered around the First World War and a German agent who came to America who attempted to damage the supply shipments from America to its allies, and would attempt to do this through espionage, before being caught by a man named Francis Burke. And unfortunately, it's thought that the negatives of these serials were housed in the Paramount Studios vault and may have been destroyed in one of two fires.
Interesting. Interesting. Based on real events, huh? What one? Okay.
Those taking place in the 1930s and 60s. Although it's possible that some of the episodes of the serial may have survived, possibly in Europe, although none of them have ever been seen since release. Humor Risk. This is a lost silent short film by the Marx Brothers released in 1921, and is notable for being their first ever movie.
Okay, so we even include short movies here. Not bad, not bad, okay.
However, they weren't a breakthrough success until their 1929 hit, The Coconuts. And so, not at all much is really known about this film, although it's thought that it might have been a parody of another film called Humoresque, released in 1920. And it's been stated that one of the brothers, Groucho Marx, destroyed the only copy of the film that ever existed. However, some do believe that the film may...
Bro was really done and was like, yeah, we cannot show this ever again, destroy it. I'm questioning what goes through your mind if you destroy a movie, like, you destroy a copy. Interesting. I guess it was an accident, probably.
Still be out there. The Life of Nephi. Based on the first Nephi from the Book of Mormon.
Interesting! Wait, that's a color movie? Is that a remake? What is that? Huh? How?
This film was produced in Salt Lake City, Utah, and was shown in theaters there in 1915, and was made to help promote the aspects of Mormon beliefs.
Yeah, that cannot be a color movie. I'm assuming these are figurines, something like that? Life of Poke? That'd be a very sad and depressing movie.
After its short run in 1915, however, the film has not been seen since. And it's thought that, like many of the other silent films, it's lost for good. Possibly due to corrosion, as was commonplace at the time. However, many stills have surfaced from the film.
Stills, but isn't that just a picture? Isn't that just a photo?
The Mountain Eagle. The second ever film of Alfred Hitchcock, this silent short film released in 1926, and is the only—
Alfred Hitchcock, that is a name I am familiar with. The Birds? Didn't he make that movie? That is definitely a name, though, I am very familiar with, somehow.
Only one of the director, which is lost. And it's not even entirely known what happens in the film, as there are several different accounts that vary from one another. But the basic premise is that a school teacher in a small village named Beatrice is forced to leave after she refuses to have sex with this guy who's like the leader of the village, and his son, who was with her and sees this, leaves the village as well. Then Beatrice meets some guy called Firo God. Yes, that's his name, I guess. So her and that guy get married, and then the village leader has Firo God arrested for killing his son or something because he's missing? Then he breaks out of prison a year later, but Beatrice is now sick, so he comes back to the village, and the leader guy is like shot or something, but then the son also comes back, and then yeah, everyone's cool with each other. The end. Yeah, well, unsurprisingly, it was
Surprisingly, a happy end. Okay. Mate, I think you mean Psycho. And The Birds. I went to see it. Sounds like a bad, funny movie. Okay.
not a success and was panned by critics, with even Hitchcock himself saying later that it was, quote, a very bad movie. And the film today...
It was a very bad movie. He said it. It was a very they said it. It was a very bad movie.
...is still lost, with there said to be no surviving reels of it.
Look at this. All of them have receding hairlines. Anyways.
Only a lobby card as well as some stills have ever been found, and Hitchcock has even gone on to say that he was not sorry that the film was lost.
Well, why would you be sorry? It was your bad movie. Yeah, I'm not surprised.
Nobody Ordered Love. This one is pretty surprising because it's not that old. The film was released in 1972 and was about the filming of...
How the fuck do you lose a movie in 1972? The fuck? Yeah, that's what I said with, like, some modern movies are still easy to lose pre-internet.
...a World War I movie called The Somme. However, the film didn't get too much attention, and when it was released, it was panned by critics. And it was actually so bad that apparently, according to one of the lead actresses, Ingrid Pitt, the director, Robert Hartford Davis, would take the film out of circulation and even ordered the destruction of all prints of it upon his death, which took place in 1977. And since then, a few stills have been found, as well as the script for the actual movie and the fake one, which was part of the plot of the film. However, it's unlikely that the actual film itself will ever resurface.
Imagine a movie so horseshit, right? You order the destruction of it. Imagine if Godzilla 1998 was lost. That would be a dream, unfortunately. It's online everywhere, so you cannot escape it. That movie, unfortunately, will survive time.
Spider-Man vs. Kraven the Hunter.
Wait, there's an actually lost movie, Spider-Man vs. Kraven the Hunter? That is insane. That's wild. Okay, I'm curious.
Shout out to All Things Lost, he did an entire video on this, but basically Spider-Man vs. Kraven the Hunter was a short fan film created by students of New York University in 1974, and was
interesting, even the fan film, okay.
Therefore not officially licensed by Marvel, although Stan Lee himself did personally approve of the project. The film adapted The Amazing Spider-Man issue 15 and concerned Spider-Man facing off against, you guessed it, Kraven the Hunter. However, after it was made, it was never distributed commercially due to complications with licensing rights, although the film would be screened occasionally at conventions throughout the years, with the last known screening taking place in 2005 in LA. And unfortunately, since the passing of Bruce Cardazzo, who directed the project, the film has not been seen since, and he was thought to have the only copy of the film on his personal computer and was reluctant to give it out. And sadly, his computer was reportedly destroyed, so the film may very well be lost forever.
Yeah, that movie's definitely gone. Like, gone.
Saved from the Titanic. This is a very strange case, and honestly it's deserving of its own video. But basically this film was the first about the Titanic tragedy and was released on May 14th, 1912, 29 days after the incident. 29 days.
Well, somebody was really sweaty in making sure that, that movie goes out there, you know? It just goes out there. That somebody was undeniably on a mission to get this done. Yeah, it makes sense. Interesting. It's like somebody making essentially the equivalent of somebody making a YouTube video immediately after a tragedy. Anyways, same energy. Interesting.
And also, very strangely, it actually starred one of the real Titanic survivors, who even went as far as to wear the same outfit that she wore on the ship that day. It was a silent short film and was only about 10 minutes long, incorporating various pieces of stock footage of ships and icebergs, and was filmed in less than 1 week. And yeah, it was successful apparently, but unsurprisingly it was criticized as well for commercializing a disaster way too soon. Apparently also it was the final film that Dorothy Gibson, the actual survivor, appeared in before suffering a mental breakdown, which some attribute to her having to relive her experiences on the Titanic. The film itself only had a few prints which were all most likely destroyed in the eclair.
Can we argue that this movie has a body count now? Essentially? Can we argue that? That essentially is the case? This movie has a body count. Movie 1. Woman 0.
Studios fire in March of 1914, and all that remains from the film are a few stills.
Okay, number 1, let's see. James Cameron would have loved this movie. Nah, there's no blue women in there.
Greed. Greed.
Okay, let's see these. Greed is by Erich von Stroheim. This is where I learned about him. He wanted a lot of his movies to be really freaking long. Hollywood didn't let him do this. He was a bit insane. Okay.
This is a very interesting case, as it is recognized by many as one of the greatest films of all time, despite it being both a commercial and critical failure upon release in 1924. However, this version that was shown was not the entire film, at least not the full version. In fact, the original cut was somewhere around 8 hours long, taking up over 40 film reels. But by the time the film had actually been released, it had been cut down to just 140 minutes, although eventually a 4-hour cut was made in 1999 in an attempt to use some of the footage that still remained, although a lot of the scenes had already been lost by that point. However, the original cut, the 8-hour version, has only been...
So the 8-hour... Is he talking about the 8-hour version? Because I'm pretty sure that one's gone permanently.
Been screened one time in January of 1924, and was seen by only 12 people. Although many of those people claimed that it was the greatest film of all time, and that it may never be topped. And it's become one of the most sought after films because of this. However, it's been thought that a lot of those scenes that were cut are now lost forever. Although there have been rumors that copies of the full film are still out there, such as one which was confirmed to be in the possession of Benito Mussolini at some point. However,
Ain't no way Mussolini had the copy. Well, if Mussolini genuinely had a copy, I think people would have found it by now.
For that copy, as well as any others of the original version, have never seen the light of day since its only showing.
There's even Lost Anime. Lost Anime Iceberg, an hour and 60 minutes. Now we good. Interesting. So, pretty much, I've seen the 2-hour. It was really freaking good, but you can tell something is missing. Yeah, I'm assuming that obviously it's incomplete. Maybe people didn't like it because of that, because it was incomplete, right? You didn't get the full vision because, well, it probably very likely didn't properly conclude either. Yeah. Anyways, very interesting. Yeah, these movies are gone probably, I'm assuming. If they do pop up, that'd be cool. But I think they're gone. Especially the essentially first kaiju movie. That means the Japanese already had an obsession with big monsters. Or Buddhas. Interesting. Okay, not bad. Anyways, like, comment, and subscribe. Not bad. Not bad at all. But an 8-hour movie though, yeah, I'm not watching that. Ain't got nobody got time to watch that, bro. I can't believe my dog ate chocolate, almonds covered in chocolate, the entire package. I can't believe that. I would have loved to be there. I would have loved to be here and see that. That would have been very funny. That would have been very, very funny. Alright, what am I gonna do next? What I'm gonna look at next? I'm not gonna do the Internet Anarchist video now. We'll probably do that tomorrow. You know what? Nah, we can do that another time. Let me see. I think... You know what? Let's do it, actually. While we're at the ruination of movies, we might as well do that real quick.
You may have heard about this.
And then I'll probably end. While we're at it, we might as well do it. Alright. As you guys know, we might as well do that one because it's stupid. You'll know why it's stupid. As you guys know, I'm a big Uma Musume fan. I love this game. I've been playing it since it globally released now for quite some time. I do not like the community, to be fair. I do not like all the tourists. But, here we go. So, Uma Musume localizers just got even worse. Here is something funny. If we're talking about, like, right? Ruining and damaging the original visions of material and art and movies and shows and video games. Here's a funny one. I hate localizers. Also, please consider liking and subscribing. I appreciate it. I hate localizers because they do not depict the original vision of creators. TV shows, movies, games. I hate them. They're the bottom of the bottom. They're the lowest of the lowest. Reason why? They switched out Happy Holidays for Merry Christmas. Now now you may think like that's not a big deal. That's not a big deal at all. Well, it would if it wasn't a big deal. First of all, why would you change it? Not only that, the characters literally say Merry Christmas. And they did it in the game, by the way, as well. So the localizers did not just strike the anime, they also struck the game. It gets worse, though, because I've noticed that potentially every single piece of dubbed media in English that is from foreign places, in general, but specifically Japan, might not be what was originally envisioned. I've seen clips and comparisons between the Japanese version of Nier Automata, and I've seen the English, and I can tell these, if you would play them, they would be very different. They would be very different. And there's a good chance that most of the media you consume is probably not even like what was intended nowadays. Because of these idiots. They prioritize the narrative, just not the narrative. Yeah.
You may have heard about this situation last week where localizers were getting called out for changing the...
Also, apparently Cygames now is building basically a, what is it? Creating an AI company, which, had the... You retards very mad. Let's just say that. That was very funny to look at.
Align Merry Christmas in the Uma Musume anime to Happy Holidays. And over the last 24 hours or so, a lot of people have been talking about another situation, this time in the Uma Musume gacha game, where similarly the localizers are trying to erase any lines involving Merry Christmas. So we'll get right to the new stuff, but really quick, if you missed the initial scene.
And the question is, here's the question. Would you be okay if people changed, right? Right, we changed Merry Christmas to Happy Holiday. Would you be okay if we did that with non-Christian holidays? Would you be okay if we did that with Jewish ones? Would you be okay if we did that with, Okay, Jewish one's a bad example. These people, there's a good chance they hate Jewish people, so it doesn't matter. Would you be okay if we did this with Muslim ones? Like, change Ramadan into fasting, like happy fasting, because you know there might be other you don't want to offend somebody, right? There might be other holidays or important events that might be include fasting. Who knows? If the answer is no, then I know what agenda you're trying to follow here. I know the answer. I know it. Then I know what you're actually trying to achieve.
Here you go. So yeah, you can clearly hear in the Japanese dub that they do use English there to say Merry Christmas, and this is because Christmas is very popular in Japan. You know, it's like another anime.
Yep, it's essentially like, so what Christmas is for us, technically for them is New Year's. It's like comparable. But they use Christmas to go like, do like, you know, have a nice time, cozy, you know, they celebrate in a way that's kind of very much different, right? They use it for like the excuse to go like go out with their partners, couple stuff, you know, they use it for that.
Where you hear the Japanese characters occasionally use English for certain things. For example, Oetsu in Bleach, when he talks about being the #1 Zanpakuto creator, you know, he says that part in English. Similar concept here, except directly related to Christmas, of course. And as mentioned, how culturally in Japan, they do enjoy celebrating Christmas. Nothing wrong with that, by the way. And there's also some people trying to defend what localizers are doing here and changing the IP, being like, oh, it's not a big deal. And it's like, yeah, okay, dude, if it's not a big deal, why did you change it to begin with? You can't be the cause of this and change it, and then when people criticize you for that, suddenly it's not a big deal. You know, it's an extremely weak argument, just completely falls apart.
Because they changed it for a reason. They changed it for a reason. Because apparently anything related to Christianity is supposedly evil. Funny. Funny that you say that.
Instantly. The other argument that I've seen people defending this nonsense use is, well, the localization needs to make it more inclusive for the region. It's localized.
I don't give a shit. I don't give a shit. I'm gonna straight up say it. I don't give a shit if it's more inclusive. I enjoy Japanese media because it is Japanese media. Give me the literal fucking translations. Thank you. Give it me word for word, bar for bar. I don't care if I don't get it. Then I'll just look up what it means and then I'll get it. I don't care. Just give me word for word, bar for bar. Like, I don't need Zoomer lingo in some European middle-aged based anime. I don't need millennial jokes. I want the what is actually being said. Like, I don't want somebody to say okay boomer. I don't want that. Leave it alone. Right? For example, localizers did some weird shit, for example, with right, Gotenks, was it Goten and Trunks in Dragon Ball Sparking Zero used Zoomer lingo, and I was like, what? You can't just put that there. Technically, these guys wouldn't have not even born during when we were around. What are you talking about?
Too. It's going to be better. You know, they're essentially saying that they improved it, which is also ridiculous. Look, this IP is already highly successful the way it is. They don't need
saying they improved it, right? The audacity of saying that you quote unquote improved somebody's original piece of media is crazy work to me. It's like the same people who turn an anime character like black and then say, look, I improved it. Worst part is sometimes they even like make them overweight and chubby, right? American chubby, not like chubby. And say like, oh, I improved it. The audacity is on sale, it seems.
Localizers to try to improve it, just translate the thing. And in this case, there was no translation needed. They quite literally said Merry Christmas. All they had to do was type in Merry Christmas in the subtitles, but apparently...
And then they're like, oh, you can't use AI to translate. You can't do that. What about our jobs? Well, if you did your job, AI wouldn't replace you. Get fucked.
That's too much for these localizers. And really quick side note, on a recent video that I made talking about issues with English voice actors, I had a very nice comment from a viewer asking me to look into localization stuff as well. And it seemed like that viewer wasn't familiar with how familiar I am with that topic. So for anyone who may not know, yes, I've been covering localization stuff for years. If I recall properly, I think the first videos I made on localization related issues was actually back in January of 2020. Anyways, we could keep going down that rabbit hole, but now with that context, let's return to the current news. And that brings us here to Uma Musume once again, but this time, the gacha game, where we have Professor T posting, when people were talking about Cinderella Grey having that localization thing where they don't translate it as Christmas, it was annoying. But the Christmas event in the Uma Musume game is
I think it's just, yeah, it's worse. It's worse. It is literally worse. It's worse. It is just worse, and I hate it. I hate it so much. So I'm so glad. Assuming that Uma Musume Cygames implements AI, I hope they don't replace like art. I don't hope they replace artists and like gameplay stuff and anything. But you know what I do hope? I hope they replace the people translating. Holy fuck, I do. Get fucked. I don't care. Just get obliterated.
Even worse. Santa Claus himself wishes Oguri Merry Christmas, and Christmas is said around 5 times just in the first scene, but it's translated as holiday. Oguri gets invited to a year-end holiday party. She remarks how it's the holiday season. Again, I can hear what Oguri is saying. Both of them are talking about Christmas specifically, but the subtitles can't reflect that. I'll post a recording of the scene later because it was upsetting me just reading it. And so Professor T did follow that up by saying, Uma Musume localizers denying Oguri Cap and Santa Claus the Christmas spirit, with this 47-second long clip that we'll watch right now.
Merry Christmas, Oguri Cap!
Joyous Day instead of Merry Christmas. Santa Claus is literally saying, though, Merry Christmas. He's literally saying it. Like, it bugs me to hear something said and then it is not there. Like, it's not written out in the subtitles. But they literally say it. I hate that. I hate that so much. By the way, here's something funny, right? When we talk about localization, in the final scene, spoilers for those who haven't seen The Fragrant Flower Blooms with Dignity, real quick. Spoilers. Run away. Here. In the sub, and in Japanese, Waguri declares her love for Rintaro, right? In the dub, not only does it sound absolutely horrendous, whoever picked that voice actor, fire the person. That voice actor actress doesn't work for that. In the dub, she says that she really, really likes him. Not love. Likes him. And you know how I know that they actively fucked that up? Well, they didn't actively fuck it up, but they very much fucked it up. Because in the German dub, she also confesses her love to Rintaro. Not, I really, really like you. I hate that. I hate that.
Santa-san, konnichiwa. そうか、もうクリスマスの時期なんだな。
君宛てにメッセージカードとプレゼントを預かっているぞ。それじゃ、良いクリスマスを。
Would they change it then? Right? Everything? Have a merry one. That's funny. It's like also funny, right? Would you change like the word Christmas tree to holiday tree? Would you change Christmas present to holiday present? Would you change all of those too? Like, listen how stupid it is to say, yo, I have to decorate my holiday tree. Motherfuckers.
お、ありがとう。 大変なお仕事だと思うが応援しているぞ。さて、オグリキャップ様へクリスマスパーティーへのご案内状、ファン一同より。クリスマスパーティー。
So as you can see, it looks like Professor T added some edits to that with the translations and the zooms and all that, the meme sound effects. But I mean, that's excuse me, that clip is actually crazy. There's so many examples of Merry Christmas being said there, literally verbatim. But then they localize it as Happy Holidays. There's no Christmas celebrations here, guys. Trust. And then like taking it even further, and this is.
And they're like, oh, this isn't happening at all. A viewer of mine who does his job right, apparently has to say Happy Holiday to be more inclusive. I don't want to be inclusive anymore. I want to be exclusive. I want to actively exclude people from spaces. That's what I want to do. I am gatekeeping. I feel like gatekeeping seems to be my true calling.
Why I'm laughing and having a hard time like not laughing as I speak right now. The literal song in the background is all like Merry Christmas, and then the localizers are like holidays. Like, bro, come on. That is just ridiculous on so many levels. There does seem to be one issue with Professor T's translations, as pointed out by Vane here, but this, of course, doesn't change anything related to localizers removing Merry Christmas. And the localizers removing Merry Christmas doesn't stop there either, as on the main sub for the Umamusume Gacha game, we would have this post titled, "The word Christmas is replaced with holiday." And we seem to have some voice lines here where, as you might expect in Japanese, they are saying Merry Christmas, but the English localization here decided to put the English text as holidays. In particular, look at the second.
I'm gonna crash out. I'm gonna crash out. What do you mean? What do you mean? What do you mean? The holidays? That could mean, by the way, anything. That could mean Easter. That could mean something in summer. Sometimes holidays are replacement just for like right? Kids not going to school. It could be anything. And since it could be anything, it's just crazy.
Area here where they say the holidays and Valentine's Day with New Year's sandwiched in between. Winter in Japan is full of parties to enjoy. But here's what's actually said.
クリスマスにバレンタイン、その間はお正月。日本の冬、パーティーいっぱいで楽しいで。
Only 23 hours ago, and we can also see this post made on the Umamusume game subreddit titled Christmas Ogre Mistranslated, or Game as a Whole, saying specifically, I know this is going to stir up the bee's nest a little, but after noticing the blatant change of Merry Christmas to 'Tis the Season on Christmas Ogre's animation, as well as the whole discussion of JP to international translation at large, I'm wondering how much else we're actually missing in translated context. I remember back in the 80s and 90s where the Japanese were very cautious when it came to bringing in-depth games.
Interesting. Funny. Hi, Sumax. How you doing? Hope you're doing good. Hello. Hi. How did you have the usual practice? How did that go?
Games, particularly RPGs to the West, due to cultural differences. But that ship has long sailed in my opinion. I'm not a native speaker nor fluent basic level, so I'm curious as to what else has been missed from those of you who can actually fully understand the audio. Is there already a chain on here regarding this? P.S. I have reported the mistranslation as a bug in case this was not intentional by CY Games. Top responses such as, I've noticed small bits and pieces that are strangely localized. I admit I got a kick out of the first episode of the event story where the subtitles say Happy Holidays while Oguri literally says Merry Christmas in English. The user saying, or the OP, excuse me, saying, I mean, if it's obvious, why bother? And another comment here saying, I think rather than classifying this as a mistranslation, I think it's just a localization choice. It sounds like the localization is trying to avoid saying Merry Christmas due to the multitude of winter holidays different groups in different places celebrate, but it comes at the cost of awkwardness as all the gameplay is so blatantly Christmas themed. And the OP saying, I agree with your assessment, awkward AF. And lastly, this comment saying, it is a choice, although a disappointing one in my opinion.
It is weird, in my opinion, to actively go out of your way to replace Christmas with Happy Holidays. It is an oddity in my opinion. I do not understand what their mission was. Well, I do understand what their mission was, right? It was to eradicate Christmas. But, yeah. How is Christmas even offensive? How is that even offensive? Weird as shit.
Everyone calls her Christmas Ogre. The intent of the design is very clearly to make her Christmas themed. Even in Japan, where most people aren't Christians, they have no issue calling it Christmas, while they celebrate the pageantry of the holiday. This localization also showed up on the final episode of the second season of Cinderella Grey.
Because Japanese aren't liberal shitheads. They aren't offended by that. Right? They enjoy the celebration. They enjoy Christmas. Their way, obviously. They're not offended by this.
Where the characters clearly say Christmas, and a banner also says Christmas, but the localized translation says Happy Holidays or something. I don't know if this was a decision by CY Games or by whatever team translated the text/voice lines, but it's a pretty clear effort to make it as inoffensive or neutral translation, probably driven by either the localization team or an effort by CY Games to avoid the ire of people who don't like the idea of a religious holiday being overtly featured in the game they play, however ubiquitous it might be in real life. This is the exact sort of thing people take umbrage with regarding like performative activism. So they changed the subtitles, but as these people point out, the characters still say Merry Christmas. It even says on this banner, Merry Christmas. So the people that would hypothetically be offended are still going to be offended anyways, even though the localizers try to change it for that reason, if that is the reason. Now, some people would speculate.
Not only that, they would still be offended because she literally says in the event, Merry Christmas, 5 times. That whatever the point was, mission failed. Mission failed successfully.
That the localizers themselves might be politically motivated, and we don't know for sure if that is or isn't the case in this specific context. However, given that we have years worth of evidence of localizers being politically motivated in the way that they go about their localizations, it is not unreasonable for people to presume that such things might be occurring here with Uma Musume as well, unfortunately. For example, NISA localizers were literally on record talking about how they will change certain jokes from the original Japanese context in their localized versions in English because they personally find those jokes to be offensive. Now, their job isn't to change things based on their own personal beliefs or their political.
Their job is to translate what is there. Their job is to give me the translated version of the source material, not their own version. And again, if AI replaces them, I will not shed a tear. Goodbye, bro. Goodbye. Did it to yourself.
Viewpoints, what offends them or may not offend them. No, they are simply supposed to adapt the original IP to fit as accurately as possible based on the original context to the region it is being localized to. Now, even that level of localization would be criticized by many, as many people say even that's unnecessary. Just translate the dang thing. And if there's a line or a joke or something that we don't understand because the translation ends up being very clunky, because it's like, you know, a joke that makes sense in Japanese but doesn't really translate well to English, excuse me, it doesn't matter because we all understand that that's what's going on. Like, oh, it probably just didn't translate well. Whatever. It's fine. It's actually part of the appeal for a lot of people because we appreciate these cultural differences. And that exact approach is what worked for Japanese companies for decades. Like, initially, the proliferation of Japanese IP becoming popular here in the West was when they didn't try so hard to appeal to the so-called global audience or modern audience. On the
Global homo ruining everything it touches. Classic.
Inverse, if you take a look at Square Enix, who for over a decade now attempted to appeal to this broader modern audience.
They're bleeding money. They're having layoffs. Their peak Final Fantasy VII, a remake of that isn't selling well. I wonder why.
And trying to appeal to Westerners. Well, what did that get them? It got them less sales, and it ruined their own intellectual property. They lost a ton of goodwill. A lot of people who used to love some of Square's IP, and to be fair to them, they did make some of the most iconic Japanese IP out there. Well, they've ruined that for a lot of people because they tried so hard to appeal to this modern global audience that it actually had the opposite effect, and it made people no longer interested in the IP. Now, Square doubled down on this for years and years and years, but recently, over the last few months, it seems like they finally realized this was a giant mistake, and they've begun to lay off around, I think, 100 or 200 different Western staff members. Anyway, circling this all back to CY Games and Uma Musume, we don't know for sure if these localizers are working entirely on their own free will, or if they're having some direction from CY Games to pursue this sort of just terrible localization style. So, look, either option's bad. Either they made the mistake, because I think their localization team is in-house. So they either made the mistake of hiring the wrong people and bringing them to
either the wrong people, or it was genuinely their fucking decision. If it was, yeah, we're going down the bad path already.
Their in-house team, or they're under the false misconception that ordering their localization team to localize stuff in this manner is a wise idea. It certainly isn't. Now, again, I don't know for sure what's going on there. I don't have inside info on this company. I'm not going to pretend like I do. But whatever the case may be, it's not good. And hopefully they realize that to be the case and they don't go further down this road and don't run into issues like this in the future either. But we'll have to see how that all plays out. Let me know what you think about this topic in the comments. Thank you for tuning in, and I'll see you.
Simplified, protect your hunts, girl. Protect your hunts, girls. Protect your horses, because these fuckers will ruin your horses. Protect them at all costs. Gatekeep the game, and beat out the localizers if that's the case, right? We already lost Brown Dust 2 to censorship. We're gonna lose Uma Musume to bad localization. Yeah, I'm nah. Nope. Anyways, guys, like, comment, and subscribe, and protect your huns. Alrighty. Water. The apple said hello and disappeared again. Poor little apple. Poor apple. She gone. She disappeared. Is there still something I want to look at? I don't know. Let me see. I didn't want to royal pork. Stop. Accident. Yeah. I don't know. I think I'm done for today. I think I am. I need to probably go outside now and remove snow. So that is pretty nice. I probably need to go outside now and remove snow. Gotta get the shovel, and then I'm just like burning through all of this, working through all of this. So yeah, guys, I'll end here. Don't goon or gump. Have a good day or night. But yeah, tomorrow we'll be back as usual. Maybe a little less drama coverage tomorrow. We'll see what I can find that's interesting aside from that. Right? We had a lot of drama videos today. So yeah, we'll look. But yeah, I'll see you tomorrow. Have a good day and night. Take care, guys. And bye-bye. Farewell.